Hello. I don't know what happened with the music. I tried a slightly different thing for starting the stream where it would automatically do a couple more tasks for me, and part of that was my fault that the music was muted. So, yeah. Oh, well, oops. I'll figure that out before starting the next time. Hello, Helen Croft. Hello, Black Jam Alex. Hello, Beats Attack, and hello, Jout76. It's your first time chatting. The upper camera is back, and this time it's very different. I'm kind of excited about this. It's really not that great. You can see it will autofocus correctly now. I just stuck the Logitech C910 I have up there. Pretty minor, but it actually frames everything pretty well, so I'm liking that solution. Now, today is rather special because I'm going to be working on a data general thing for the first time on stream, and this is like the number one reason I wanted to be able to stream. So, kind of looking forward to this. I was working on other stuff that I was thinking about streaming instead, but this kind of makes more sense, so we're gonna do this. Now, let me know if it gets like choppy or anything, because I'm actually recording 3 camera sources this time. No, 4. The GoPro here, that, and the main camera view, as well as the Nikon view for when we get close up. So I might be overburdening the system, but I think the 30 frames per second might be good enough. So just let me know if it starts getting choppy or something. So, I think I don't have any other reason to delay. Oh, thank you, Eric D. Half B, for the sub. Thank you so much. Let's get that data general. Before I do that, I am very much going to be abiding by ESD precautions this time. So I'm gonna touch this, grab it, and then put my ESD strap on actually here. So yeah. Subbing is a reason to delay. Oh, I don't usually get people subbing right from the start. But yes, hello, Eric D. Haffabee, since it's also your first time chatting. So, very strong move there to sub and then chat for the first time. I appreciate that. Okay. Discharged. Let me growl. My gosh. Thank you, Beats Attack, for the sub. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to go grab it now. It is just right over here. I don't have to go very far. Oh, man. This is lighter than I was afraid of, but those batteries make it very heavy. They're not an insignificant portion of the weight. But there we are. The Data General MicroNova. Oh, baby. Okay. So, before I get all ESD precautioned up here, I want to get a few pictures around it. Let me get that touched again here. Stupid question. What CPU architecture does it use? Proprietary. So, yeah. It is an MN601, if I remember correctly, is what the actual part number is. It's Data General's own thing. It's not like a Z80. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Helicroft. That's awesome. Wow. Thank you. That's incredible. Wow. Yeah, so we'll take the CPU card out and we'll take a look at that. Actually, we might as well. I will be referring to the stuff I put on to Caps Wiki actually here. Now that I think about it, I didn't set up my screen cap or my window capture correctly. There we go. Thank you, BJB, for the Prime sub for the 2nd month too. Love 1970s mini computers. Yes. So the thing about this, my Data Generals are actually from 1982. They are very late for Data Generals. I think the Eclipses might have even been out by this point. So it's kind of funny. If I remember correctly, both of them started in the mid-70s. So they're properly old, but the parts I have are modern-ish. They're newer, so it's kind of funny. So all right, here I'm bringing up the service notes for the MicroNova because I want to be able to pop these up. So, oh, it's cool. It's doing that thing again where it doesn't actually update like it's supposed to. Let me try this. That, okay. Nope, still not doing it. Include exporter, swap red and blue, use alpha list texture format. I don't know. It's this thing drives me nuts. It won't update unless I hide it and show it, and it's really weird. But that's fine because it's not like you need to actively zoom in on documents, so I can just like pick one and then we'll look at it. So like this one in particular is really good to have and see, and there's a lot of things like this in this system. So right there, that red line, it says R&R, CPU, and 4K. So what that means is that they actually replaced they removed and replaced the CPU card and the 4K RAM card. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that happened in these systems where they just threw parts at it to get them working. So yeah, you don't have a delay set up in OBS? No, I don't have a normal delay. Dude, man, whoever runs this website needs to get their act together. See, maybe if I just go to the more details and then view that. Yeah, 4K high resolution. I know, wow. This is crazy. I need to go to the actual image page here. Can I just click that, or will that actually start a download? I don't remember. Oh, thank you, Hiragram, I'm going to go with. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. There we go. That'll look better. There we go. But, yeah, so, yeah, right. Oh, it's working. It's live again now. So weird. But there we go. Now you can see, yeah, the scan is really high res. R&R, CPU, and 4K, which is kind of a big deal. So, okay, let me get caught back up. Nicole Express, thank you for your first chat. And yeah, 4K, yes. I think the actual resolution of this thing is 85 or 80 by 25, and that'll be characters. So, yeah, because it's serial. That's the main interface. And Reek Earth, hello, on your first time chatting. I've got a question. My 3080 Ti Tough has coil whine. I can return it, but if I get another one, it'll probably have the same problem, so I don't know what to do right now. Hiram. Okay. I'll go with that. What was the 3080 coil whine? There's really not a lot you can do about it. Just graphics cards can't have that problem now. I don't have a good recommendation for that. My 1080 Ti, which is the best discrete card I have, as that as well. So get a thick case. That's about as good as I can recommend. 6080 or 680 I was using for a while had a really bad coil whine to the point where it would bleed over into the audio line. So that was super bad. DDT 2005, thank you for the gift sub and for sneaking it in there to Hellencroft. Oh man, that's hilarious. So let's see. Coil whine isn't really a defect. How loud it is depends on the exact design. Yeah. I mean, it would be preferable to not have it. That's why I think it's considered somewhat of a defect. So, okay. I want to get some pictures of this thing before we get real into this. Now I'm thinking about it, my power cable for my Nikon D5300 is not going to reach around, so I'm going to have to turn this. So before I do that, actually, let's take a look at the back, because I want to disconnect some of these cables. Oh, speaking of that, apparently that metal strap thing was not actually attached. Hiram, what OS does the Nova run? CPM, custom, or other? That's a whole thing, actually. So custom or other for sure. I believe there is RDOS for it. So here's the real thing. This is gonna make some people real itchy. Let me hide that. And there's a reason I haven't shown this like in an actual video yet, because I don't want people relentlessly badgering me over it. I have one boot disk right here. This is an 8-inch floppy disk. That's it. It's the only thing I've got. And you can see up there, it says boot on it. Now, I have no way of making a backup of this. I have no way of reading it. I can't image it. I don't have a drive that'll work with this, except for the 3090 drives that are in the MicroNova. And I don't think I can even connect those to something like the Kyroflex that I have back here, because the drive controllers are integrated into the drive itself, I think. It's kind of like the Apple II drives, where they have a custom controller. So I really don't have a way of imaging this. I would have to buy another 8-inch floppy drive and then get that set up with a PC to image that. So that's a thing. Now, I don't actually know what is on that. I'm guessing RDOS. Now, that's the only operating system I know I have. But I do have okay. That's slightly disassembled. I do have 3 of these. Now, this is a disk pack. So you can see in there, that is a hard drive platter. It might show up slightly better in there. Yeah. So you can see that. I have 3 of these. It's possible that one of these will contain an operating system. I don't know. I definitely don't have a drive for a computer to image these, or a PC. So that's a thing. When I get this all finally working, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to hook up a logic analyzer, here we go. Let's say the one I have right here, to the bus of the disk system. And then this thing, there we go. And I'm going to have to just log the signals that are coming to and from it to try and create an image, because it's just not going to work any other way. So that's my plan for that, because I just don't have another solution. So there's that. And then the other thing is the 2 removable platter drives I have in each of the systems also have a second platter underneath of the removable part. So there's the platter that you can remove and replace on top. Then under that's a second one, and there's actually 2 heads that go over each of the discs in there. And it's possible that the other platter has an operating system on both of those, but I don't know. Finally, the Nova 4X cabinet has a 25 megabyte hard drive in it that has had some records of problems that I could actually bring up, but it would take me a little bit to find them. So that's got some bad sectors that I don't know how bad they are, and they may have gotten worse in storage. So I really don't know what operating system is going to be on it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to recover one, and I don't currently have a way of archiving any that I may potentially have, the only being the 8-inch floppy disk that I'd have any hope at all of actually recovering. So that's where I'm at with an operating system. Now, data generals are very programmable. The MicroNova and the 4X that I have are kind of special in that they don't have front panel dip switches like this. This is a Nova 3 front panel, and it has paddle switches on the front that you could use to write bytes directly to memory. With this, you could create a rudimentary program or create a bootstrap to load a program over serial or something like that. So it's not super easy to do that on these, but it might be possible. I've mentioned in a couple of the videos, well, not a couple, there's only been 2. I've mentioned in the videos that there is a direct hardware serial console on the CPU card. That's not meant to be like a normal terminal interface. Let me put this down. That, I believe, can be used like the paddle switch interface to directly program memory. So it might be possible to get it to do something like that. And then lastly, the manuals for the data generals document all of the opcodes directly for the custom architecture. Those are available for the MicroNova. So at the absolute minimum, I could write custom software for the MicroNova. It wouldn't be very fun, but it would be doable. So that's where I'm at software and operating system wise. It's kind of a big mess, and I have no idea how I'm going to handle it. So there you go. All right, let me get caught up on chat. I wanted to just get all that out of there at once without getting distracted. Okay. Let's see. See. Okay, here we go. Hello, Valiant Steed. 8-inch floppy. It's been 30 years since I've seen one, or held one, I think. Yeah, I actually have about 140 of those that go with the system. That's the only one that has software on it. I believe all of the other ones have customer data on them. So I won't be, even if I come up with a way of imaging those discs, I'm not going to image those ones and publish them. I might image them and keep them myself in case I am able to get my hands on like a data general emulator. I think there's a mini computer emulator that can run the data general RDOS stuff, so it might be possible to see what's on those discs if I can image them that way, but I don't believe any of it is software. They're all labeled consecutively with numbers, like they're backups that were regularly done, and I know for a fact that they did regular backups there. So let's see. Kyroflux can do 8-inch drives. Yes, I just have to get a standalone 8-inch drive because I don't believe the ones in the 3090 can be used externally. So let's see. Hiram, you might want to talk to Adrian says Digital Basement. He jury-rigged something to read-write 8-inch on a Tandy. Yeah, it should be possible. And again, I do have, if I move this phone out of the way here, I do have the hardware that would be needed. Come on. I'll do it this way. Oh man, this is not easy to do blind. The hardware, this is a Kyroflux that can read and write to a floppy drive, and the flux term in that means that it reads the magnetic image or the magnetic flux data from the head rather than like a 1 or a 0. So it's actually extremely low level and can be used to reconstruct bad disks. So I will absolutely use that when I finally can. So, okay. Actually, I think he managed to read-write 8-inch Tandy floppy on PC. Yeah, probably. As long as it's not anything weird like the GCR encoded ones that Apple uses. I have no idea how it works on the data generals. It's part of why I'm not really trying to pursue that right now, because I just have no idea, and they could be weird since I have a custom control board. Let's see. 3-inch floppy disk, and I thought I had ancient stuff. Yeah, this is on a whole other level. Try to collaborate with Curious Mark. So a lot of people bring up Curious Mark. This is not something that I can bring to the Computer History Museum in California, and I don't know if they would want to come here. I really doubt it. I'm not well set up for that right now, so I do have a bit of hardware that can be used to diagnose and that kind of stuff, but it would really be a very long process. And I wouldn't want to reach out to someone like Curious Mark until I've at least attempted to power these things. And again, there are many steps that are going to be taken before that. So when I get to the point where I've tried to power them up and there is a fault, then I could potentially reach out to someone like that, because I don't want to waste their time. Because, I say, oh, hey, I got these. First they're going to say, we're a museum, you should give them to us. And I'm going to say, no. But then they're going to say, well, you should, do reform the capacitors, make sure the power supply is output the correct voltages, run it in a minimum configuration, and then add in each card one at a time. And those are things that I already know that I should do, and I'm familiar with the processes of. So I'm just going to do that on my own, because it's a fairly basic process to go through it. So thank you, Wizard Tim, for the Prime sub and 2 months in a row. Bezos now knows when I watch you, but at least I might as well get a few cents. Yeah, actually, it'll be about, this is public information that you can see for the Twitch affiliate agreement. It's a 50% cut, so that should be about $2.50. See, LTT, let's get a 1 petabyte SSD array running. TT, how about this 10 megabyte HDD? Each of those platters is 5 megabytes. So, even smaller. Welcome to the 70s. Yeah, all this stuff is definitely from the 70s. Paddle switches, they're definitely great. Yep, VRLC. Helen Croft gifted a bunch of subs. Grisgore, thank you for the tier 1 sub and 2 months in a row. Yeah, 2 months sub anniversary. Currently playing No Man's Sky on Steam Deck. Oh, man, that is seriously one of my absolute favorite use cases for the Steam Deck. I have been one of those people who's just been like F5ing a potential Nintendo Switch release, and they finally announced it like a week before they announced the Sentinel update for the Steam Deck. It's just kind of hilarious. Like, oh, sure, now there's going to be a Switch version when I've already pre-ordered a Steam Deck and know it's going to run great on there. I don't have a Steam Deck yet. I'm late, like Q3 or something. Probably going to get pushed in 2023. So it's just kind of funny. But yeah, No Man's Sky rocks. See here. I think they meant to ask Curious Mark for help imaging the disc. Oh, that would make sense. That would definitely make sense. I could see potentially doing that. Right now, it's not going to get in any worse condition than it is. It's in a temperature-controlled environment. I know to keep it away from magnets, so whatever state it's in, that's what it's going to be in for now. So there's no immediate rush. The magnetic material could delaminate, but I don't think that if that hasn't happened yet, I don't think it's going to happen by the time that it matters. But let's say another year goes by and I'm not able to do that yet, then I'll reach out to it and reach out to them and offer to do that. So yeah, let me try and get there myself, but if not, then I will reach out, because that's a very good point. That could be important. Steve, love your channel. Keep it up. Shelby, hope you can get the Blue Giants powered on someday. I will definitely be powering them someday. Separately with the power supplies, external for sure. So, see, do you have a 32-inch floppy disk? I'm trying to think. No, I don't have anything bigger than the like 12-inch platters that those are. So, no, I don't have a 32-inch floppy disk. Although, I do have something weird. I have a PDP RA60 platter pack. So that's like a whole thing. It's got 5 platters in it, which is kind of nuts. I do not have a drive for this. I know someone who works at a computer shop, electronics recycling place, and they set that aside for me because they knew I would like it. So that's kind of cool. Let's see, how do you plan on getting data on and off of this when it's working? Are you going to put together some sort of adapter? Let's use SD cards. So, eventually I will have to get a separate 8-inch floppy disk drive, and that will be the gateway to data onto those computers, because the MicroNova should at least be somewhat compatible with the Nova 4X, and both of those have disk pack drives. So it should be possible to write an 8-inch floppy disk, put it in the MicroNova, copy that to the disk pack, move the disk pack to the Nova 4X, and then get data onto that. Now, that's obviously very difficult, but let's be honest, it's not like I'm going to be going to archive.org and downloading a bunch of old games for the Novas. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of software that I'm going to be trying to put onto it. I'm more likely to try and get software I write off of it, and the reality is I'm probably not going to write anything that's much more complex than printing source code directly to like paper, which I will be doing at some point. I have a printer that came with this, but it's a much later printer, but it's super cool because it's extremely wide format and it has a stand and a cart, so that's kind of sweet. But yeah, I probably won't be doing too much back and forth data transfer. Let's see. Why do you do this? What do you mean, the old computer stuff? Somebody has to. It's not like I'm going to let this stuff get thrown away. I actually got, I think I was the only person who was trying to buy this, and it was really frustrating because it was initially listed on Facebook Marketplace and maybe Craigslist, I don't remember, for $500. And then I'm not sure why, but I think they had like maybe some museum type places, private collection museum people, and they ended up putting it on eBay, starting bid of 500, and then they raised the starting bid to 1,000. So I had already been talking with them like, hey, I want to come buy this. I have $500, you have computer, let's change that up. But then they raised it up to 1,000, and yeah, it was all really frustrating. So the way that was handled, but no one else bid on it, so it was me or scrap. So I'm glad I got it. So yeah, I buy these types of things to preserve them and document them like this as best I can so that people can appreciate them without having to have like 600 pounds of giant ancient computer stuff that just kind of ruins their lives. So could you call yourself addicted? No. I very easily can not buy parts. Like there is something on eBay that's only about $30 that I really want right now that I'm not buying. So I know I'm not addicted. I buy the things that make sense to get at the time. So let's see. It'd be cool if you could hook up a Pi to it for storage. Yeah, definitely. There's lots of stuff like that. Nova predates even Rs232? Absolutely not. These are Rs232 connectors. So yeah, there are 2 asynchronous serial cards in here that are Rs232. Ooh, Colorado tape drives. That is specific enough that we'll probably be able to find that. So that could be interesting. I haven't gotten into this yet, so I may as well do that now. Yeah, let's see. So we're going to do Byte Break that Leia redeemed there. I live where they used to be located. Ooh, that's cool. So let's see here. I will hide that, bring up this. Okay. So we're gonna do Colorado. Oh, spelling. Tape. I'm gonna go with that because that'll probably get us there. 92? Really? 92? Ugh, that might be a spelling thing. Oh my gosh, $1,400. 25 meg there. I feel like those are pretty late, and those seem like they're mostly advertisements. Oh, that's pretty good. 230, 230, 57, 57. Bingo. That one looks pretty good. Okay, let's see. 1903. Let's see what that will look like. Page 17. Well, it's pretty short. But all right, we'll take a look at that. So that's right at page 13 in 1903. Okay. Hey Google, 5-minute timer.
Okay, 5 minutes. And that's starting now.
Alrighty, so this will be a brief. What is this Byte Magazine database you're asking? That is a bunch of PDFs that I have that go along with my full copy of every issue of Byte Magazine that I have. And I actually did a video about that pretty recently. So let's see. We need to go back to here. All right, so 2-page ad for Colorado tape drives. All right, think you have chroma key? I may on the different one, but here we go. Also, let's do this. All right. Back up the data where it's at. That is a very good point for tape backups. Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen a 5¼ inch Colorado tape drive. That is kind of cool. So series 4000 would be that, it looks like. Huh. Oh, they're doing the stupid compressed storage thing here already? Wow. So if you're not familiar with PC tape backups, you rate the storage of the tapes in 2 ways. Compressed and uncompressed, and uncompressed is the actual storage. The drives have hardware compression built into them, so if you feed them uncompressed data, they will compress it on the fly as they write it. So there's 2 values that you have to pay attention to, and what kind of data you're putting on there really makes a difference. Like me, I would try and back up video data, which is already compressed, so the uncompressed data size is the only thing that makes any sense to me when looking at stuff like this. So it's kind of funny to see here pretty early, actually. So let's see. Right down below is a nice little tiny drive that is the same capacity as the big one. They rate the speeds differently. So this one's 18 megabyte per minute. This one's 300 megabyte in 30 minutes. So this one's 10 megabyte per minute, but they're obscuring that. So it's about half the speed of that one. Weird. I wonder if the tape's wider on that one. Oh, an external 5¼ inch drive. That is cool. See, another one. Oh, interesting. That one's not even out yet. I would have thought that the 5¼ inch would be the older one that would be getting phased out. On the move. Portable tape drives. Okay, yeah, sure. Because people are definitely lugging those around. I mean, I guess I could see it makes sense if you have like a data center. You'd like maybe take it from server to server, because again, they're outrageously expensive. Like a modern tape drive today is like $1,300 still. It's kind of crazy. See, continuing on here. Optional accessories, tapes, support for Unix. Wait, support for Unix, OS2, and WinNT is optional? Those are like the operating systems that you would have used to store data on. Wow, so what does it just come with DOS drivers and a thing that says good luck? That's really annoying. Oh, all right, here we go. Let's see what their selling line is. Colorado Memory Systems, the #1 name in tape backup, has a solution for most any backup need. Beyond all the megabytes and megahertz that you get out of your system, it's the data in it that's ultimately your most valuable asset. Whether it's on an 80 megabyte notebook or 4 gigabyte server. Whew, 4 gigabyte server, man, that's a lot of data. The data needs to be protected every step of the way. Colorado tape backup is the easiest and most reliable way to do it. I can't think of anything else that would have given you that level of storage capacity at that time, so I'm not going to be able to refute that too much. And Colorado is recommended by most resellers, editors, and end users of more than all other backup systems combined. I don't know about that. Earning dozens of industry awards. Colorado tape backup is also the best backup. What? Colorado tape backup is also the best backed backup in the business, offering, oh man, that is a really rough sentence, offering unlimited technical support. Well, that's actually something, because you pay out the nose for technical support. So call today. There is actually something that I'm going to be doing at some point where I am going to make a phone call to a defunct advertisement. Well, not an advertisement. Good grief. It's loud. Where I'll be making a call to a defunct service line. But not today. So, all right, that was cool to see. I haven't looked into the Colorado stuff too much. I passed on a couple of Colorado drives. Both pros and cons to that. I love Data Highway, clearly talking about the internet, and it's got the orange construction barrier. Yes, that is peak 90s website. So you're obviously going to need to put DOSBox on the Nova. Yeah, I don't quite think so. Okay, so go to here and then here. No problem, Leia. Okay, let's get some stuff going on the MicroNova. We are, 38 minutes into this, and all I've done is set it on the table. Let's start to change that. So, first things first here, I want to get the power cable disconnected because I want to get some broad shots of it. So, this is the AC power cord here. You know what I should do? That, so you can see me. This is the AC input power cable. Now, I want to really iterate a point here. I may even do an actual video about this. These systems take 120 volts in. All right? As I unplug this, come on. Oh man, that's not an easy connector to let go of. How was that even done? Where's the latch? How does it latch? Oh, so much dust. Yeah, I have it right. I need to pinch and release. So if I drag this over a little more, point the camera down in there, there's a little tab that if I push it in, yeah, then pull it over. So I might actually be better off getting a poker in there trying to lift it. So let's see. Many things I've seen here today I used at my job in the 80s. That's basically what I do all day, every day. So, let's see. I'm going to put this light. Can I put it on the camera? I think I can. Yeah, that will help a ton. Get that to stay. There we go. That's way better for me, even. All right. Oh, man, it's like first-person flashlight view for you. That's hilarious. So I need to... I don't want this connector getting flexed too much. I need to try and get it off. I want to try and pry it out here. I think the plastic is well past its recommended elasticity period. Okay, that side's free. Now we need to hold that. Let's see, FPS electronics maintenance? Yeah, pretty much. Someone, XD. Oh, okay, yeah, the operating system. I believe it's RDOS. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, let's get this right there. Hopefully that's somewhat visible. There we go. Look at that monster. That's a connector. Man. Okay. Try and find one of those at Goodwill. ICC 13 to that. Okay. So I wanted that off so I don't have to dangle that anymore. Go ahead and put it off to the side where I've got all the Data General stuff. Okay. See, this is it. Really, it's a standard Molex connector they still make. I would almost want to buy a backup one of those, in case I want to make my own cable. But okay, now that that's off, I can get the camera in there and show you the power requirements that are printed right on it. Glare isn't a good idea. Well, you can kind of see it anyway. So the input voltage here is 100 or 120 volts at 5 amps. Now, that means that this thing is designed to run at 120 volts, but it also can run at 220 or 230, 240. I do need to check. Oh, this is the other thing. I can't get to them right now. The 240 requirement that I've been talking about is for the cabinets. The cabinets split the 240 down into 120. I'm pretty sure these are all set up for 120, but I will actually make sure that the transformers are set up for that, just to make sure I, don't toast anything. So I should be able to power these off of a 120 outlet, no problem at all. I got so many comments on that video telling me I'm going to be able to find 2 separately phased outlets and make a 1 or a 240 cable. I'm not doing that. No. So let's see. Did the Sandman visit this computer? Oh yeah, there is a lot of dust in here. Actually, let's do this here. I'm going to go back to my service notes for this computer. Because the MicroNova has the site inspection letter for both of the computers to be installed. This is an official letter from Data General to the company who bought this, all right? And right here, they specify that the environment that it's in has excessive dust. Now, this is very important because if you've seen... Oh my gosh, I'm so not going to be able to pronounce his channel's name. Uagi Electric? It's another YouTuber who has a Centurion mini computer. The dust filters in his seem to have been clogged, preventing the Bernoulli effect from keeping the head up and having a head crash. So I actually see all of this dust here, and I get very concerned that I may be in a similar situation with a head crash. So we'll see. But yeah, these computers are very dusty, and even Data General themselves knew that the environment these were in was excessively dusty. So, kind of funny. I wonder if any of that dust is asbestos. They were a material processing company. It's actually more likely than you may realize. I'm gonna go ahead and wipe off my hands here. But yeah, so that's the power input. Should be totally fine. Okay. Next, we have these 2 cables here. Now, these are 2 Rs232 cables. And these are the 2 different... Well, okay. This is the primary kind of cable that the Data General stuff seems to use. This is a SIP connector. And actually, this is a female connector that has a male header put in, which is kind of hilarious. On the Nova 4X chassis, there is a terminal block plate that has multiple of these connected. And I'm guessing that that's what that's made to go into, but they didn't have one, so they just grabbed a plain old header, kind of jammed it in there. I like that they pulled one of the pins to key it, though. That's a nice move. It's about the only nice move in this whole thing. But these go to 2 async cards that are up in there. So that's when someone asked me about serial and stuff. there is the Dasher terminal that goes to these, and it plugs into one of these. So that's what's going to be used to interface with the computers. But for now, I can actually unplug these, and I think I should, so I don't strain the cables right there. So I'm going to get these disconnected. Ow! That is a very sharp thing that I just ran across my arm. I don't quite want to come out. There are card edge connectors in there. I'm not sure if they're held in with any kind of retention mechanism. I don't think so. So it might just be the pins. Oh, wow, it really does not want to come out, though. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Intriguing. This is why I kind of want to do this stuff live, because I just learned a thing. This does have a retention mechanism. See, I need that light back. I'm going to need a amount of light on this arm. So this pulls open and allows you to remove those connectors. Pretty cool. Buy the connector for 62 cents from Mouser. I will absolutely be doing that. I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to start a MicroNova page here. Projects, data generals. MicroNova. Great source. Actually, I guess I can show you guys. Power connector. Boom. Save. See, I probably see. It looked at Microsoft's message. They either sell or let you access CAD files for the connector. You could, in theory, 3D print one. Interesting. Their terms of service prohibits using a 3D model for 3D printing. That's hilarious. You do need the pins to go with it. Yeah, but you can kind of get female pins sometimes, so that may not be too difficult. Oh man, that tool scraped me, and it's going to be one of those gross, puffy scrapes that doesn't bleed but looks terrible on camera. Okay, I need to get these connectors out, and now I know how to do it, so I can go ahead and hide that. Just install the duct tape mod. Works like Doom 3. Yeah. So I think if I jam this in there and then pull this, oh yeah, perfect. Excellent. All right, man. There's oh. Look how much dust there is in the connector. Whoa. See, this may actually focus slightly better. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, that is just awful. Wow. That is, oh man, that sucks. That is not very inspiring for the rest of the system. Yay! Alright. Oh, that's weird. That connector is labeled top, and that is not where it was. And let's put your flashlight back. There we go. And work on that some more. So I'm going to rearrange this a little bit. There we go. You a better view and me some more room to work. Oh, this one's going to suck to pull out because there's a card edge in the way now. Thankfully, there's enough room beside it to get in there. Ah, that one went way better. And, oh my gosh, it's even more disgusting. Look at that. Oh, gross. The color temperature on this Camera really doesn't do it justice. It's so bad. Oh, man. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought because the plastic is actually brown as well. So, it's... Oh, man. Needs gloves, mask, and a tetanus shot. Yeah, really. Well, I have the camera down here and lit. Let me show you something else that is mildly concerning and why I need to go slow and document everything. Right here are a couple of wires that were wire wrapped around random pins on here. And I'm going to have to get a good picture of that because I don't know where they are or why they're there. It looks like they might be on the async card. So maybe that's a jumper to set an ID for async 1 and 2. But I don't know how to document that as far as, like a manual that says here's why that's done. So I just have to document that it was done and then make sure that it stays done like that. So I'm going to go ahead and take a picture of that right now. While I'm thinking about it, I don't think it's going to change, but I want to make sure I have one. That's something that I didn't really see until I had this whole thing out, and I'm going to be doing a lot more documentation like that as I get more and more access to it. So we can do this, and you can see me taking pictures. Am I seeing a second one up there? Yeah, there are two. Two sets of wire wrapped pins. Oh, okay. Yeah, that picture looks pretty good. Okay, let's go back to... Actually, let's go to this. Let's see. Reminds me of the time someone got scratched repairing modular synth, got dose of the 70s. Ooh. Yeah, man. That is... Wow. Okay. I wonder if the person who assembled this component is still alive? Probably. Actually, I bought this from the person who bought it originally, and they were not as old as you would have thought. They did pretty well for themselves starting out. I was impressed by that. They went all in getting a big computer system to make their business as efficient as possible as quickly as they could, which is kind of cool. But yeah, let's see. Next, I need to remove the batteries, which I've learned were an option. The batteries are over here, by the way. These are two SLA, sealed lead acid batteries. Pretty sure that's what they are, at least. And these are connected, the way that it works, actually, over here, if I remember right, there are two pins on this connector that is below where you're looking. There are two pins on this connector that go specifically to the batteries over there. And those are then fed into card slots 1 through 3 down here, which are the CPU and memory cards. So these are to keep the CPU and memory alive in the event of a power failure, so that you can turn the system off gracefully without losing any data. You obviously wouldn't be able to write it to a disk or actually a floppy disk or a disk platter, because these would not be powering that. So I'm not quite sure what you would do other than try and ride out the power loss, but it would give you that option. So yeah, kind of interesting there, but I don't want them in there at all if I can not, because the main thing that you want to avoid in vintage electronics now is having old capacitors and batteries. I actually just pulled this battery. Maybe this camera will show this a little better here. I just pulled this battery out of my AST 6-Packs Plus in my compact portable. This just does not want to focus. Come on, focus. There we go. And nope, it goes right back to the compact, or the drive. There's tiny bit of corrosion there at the bottom, starting to leak out. Oh, at the top there too. Left of the 58, you can see it's starting to leak out. So putting more giant lead batteries in here seems like a bad idea. Yeah. Powerless crashing those platters, that would be terrifying. Yeah. So let's see, Stone Age UPS, yeah, but only for literally the CPU and memory. That's the only thing it keeps live, is just to keep the current state of the system active. So yeah, but I don't want those, and I need to disconnect them. So this is actually pretty easy because they're in series, so this wire will always stay. I don't need to remove that, and they are labeled underneath minus and plus. So it's pretty easy to tell black wire to minus, red wire to plus. But I will go ahead and take a picture of that before I pull it apart, just because I'm going to do that with every single thing, because I don't want to be the person who does something and then doesn't document it. So I'm trying to make sure you can see both the polarity markings. That'll work right there. That's a little... Why is it so yellow? Definitely a little bright too. And yeah, that looks good. That'll work. Okay. And I will just document quickly which wire it is. Taking a picture of the one coming out of the case. Not focused right. It's hard to tell on the camera. Ooh, that's terrible. Just literally any file for me. I was able to get it as a 3DS file for 3DS Max. That's hilarious. Also, oh man, it so doesn't want to play ball. Way back there, that's a copy of 3D Studio Max. Are you in EDT or CDT zone? I'm in Arizona. I don't know all your weird time zone stuff. I don't do daylight savings. So all that stuff's a mystery. There we go. See, where was it? Is it safe to say this is the oldest thing you own? Absolutely not. I own calculators much, much older than this. I own a mechanical calculator, a comptometer, that is over 100 years old. So, yeah, this is definitely not the oldest thing I own by far. Alright, I can pull these now and feel pretty confident about that. And now I can do this. Take the batteries away. I'll pull them out of the tray eventually. It's version 1.2 Flare Spire, so yeah, it's older than that. If you know of a modding community that knows how to defeat the activation, I would be interested in that. I have the hardware DRM dongle, but it still needs to be phone activated. A keygen would be good enough, because it gives you a code that you need to give to the person on the phone, and then they tell you the other code back that you type in. But it's still, it needs that, even though it has hardware DRM. It's really ridiculous. So yeah, I always find it funny that Arizona has its own time zone. Suffice to say, I hate living here. Are you in Arizona? Because I love living in Arizona. I think it's the best. So I don't share that if you do. Yeah, Flare Spire, it's really, really, really dumb. And I was mentioning earlier that I might try and call a phone number for a vintage product, and that would be it. So, yeah. Okay, we have successfully trimmed this down to just the system and its own internal wiring. So we've made good progress here. I want to spin this around and get a good picture of the front. You know what I haven't done is put on my ESD strap, but I haven't really touched anything inside yet, so I think I'm good. See, I am in Arizona. I hate the temperatures here. Love the cold much better. I can understand that. It's about to get not great here. I like the dryness of the air a lot. The few times I've been to California, I've absolutely hated it because I'm not a humid air person. Let's see. Excuse me, it's a big canyon, not just a hole. I mean, honestly, if you haven't seen it, you really can't appreciate it. It is very, very impressive. I feel like that's not a bad picture of that thing. I kind of want to adjust the white balance. I don't know why it's so yellow. White balance is set to daylight. Let's see, what does that look like? Won't adjust them in real time. That is a shame it won't adjust them in real time because I have HDMI out and I can see it clearly. Oh, that's a little too far. Flash. Flash is too yellow. Don't trust auto ever. Okay, I'm going to go to pre, and then I'm going to set pre. Where is it? I think it's here. Maybe? It's been a while. This is an important picture to me, so I want to make sure I get it taken well. Okay, it's got to be here. White balance, pre, perfect. Oh, that's right. That's what pre is. Okay, no. We're going to go back. We're going to set it to fluorescent. Fluorescent lets you pick a grid. Picture control. Whoa, what did I just do? How do you go back? I forget. No. Trash. Yeah, reset. Now I want to go back. Menu. There we go. Wow. Okay. Fluorescent. Bingo. Day white. And let's go with that. See that one? It's a bit yellow. We'll get there. Sorry. I should have done this before, but I didn't know it was going to be that bad. That's really red. What gives? You know what? Screw it. Auto. That's better. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Ooh, blinking lights and flippy button. Oh, on the front. Yeah, well, we got, let's see here. We've got the mains power input, battery power, and whether or not it's running. So that's what those are. And then the power switch, which is moderately okay. Actually, that's not a power switch. That's just that's a start program switch. Weird. Okay. I didn't remember that. But I'm happy with the pictures I have there. So let me switch back to this. Will that Nova 3 work with nothing? It'll work with nothing I have. I need to reverse engineer it and make it work with either the mini computer emulator or connect it to a Raspberry Pi, just make it do blinking lights. I haven't decided yet. So, okay. Okay, hold on. I'm a little far back here. What does the sticker say? On the Data General, the sticker is for their phone line. And then it has the contract number for the place that I bought the Data Generals from. And then it has system configuration information. No, I will not be calling that phone number. It probably goes to Dell's technical support. There's most likely not going to be interesting. So let's see. You need to live in an arid zone? Yep, that's where I live in Arizona. Do you see any rust on this? Because I don't, because I live in Arizona. And that's where this thing came from. Maybe we can see what office supplies cost in the 70s. That is not an impossibility. Let's see. You're telling me your camera runs some sort of rudimentary OS and you haven't hacked Doom into it? It's probably possible. There are hacked operating systems for my camera. Most people are trying to remove the video recording limit, which you really don't want to do on that. They think it's for tax reasons going into Europe. It's not. The sensor will overheat. Just the inflation for $6 million man for 1970s. $32 million man, yeah. So you would have expected you to keep a color balance target in your pocket at all times. That camera, I haven't used it a whole lot. The first time I've started using it again was on stream, and I haven't taken the time to set it up correctly. The lights I'm using should be 5600K, but that's not always true. And then I have like multiple lights all at once, so the colors are kind of mixed weird. So camera has 2 color temp settings. Yeah, Mexico and Antarctica. Let's see what is pockets of Europe. Yeah. Let's see, arid zone. Yeah, actually, who was talking to me about No Man's Sky earlier? I actually named a planet Arid Zone A on there because it was definitely one of those Arizona type planets with cactus. Dell will tell you a finance plan and security software suite. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get Norton to run on this. All right, let's look at my first concern about this computer that I happen to notice. At the end of the video, I cut out me mentioning it because I wanted to leave it all on a positive note. So, as I had to pull the front panel off, 2 of these connectors came loose, which is not the worst thing. It's pretty obvious where they go. But I happen to notice that these are kind of green. It's not showing up well on the GoPro here. Let me try and get this down. Yeah, especially, let's go with this one here. You might be able to see, no, it's really not showing up there. This whole rotary dial looks a little corroded. Let me get the Nikon out. That'll do it. Nikon, switch to macro lens. I named a planet Arizona, the planet, and my base Bookman's. Oh, yeah. You know what's up in Arizona. See, unrelated, but I got new ship in Star Trek Online. I've been curious about that, but I've never tried it. Hold on here. It's basically Section 31 Angry Miranda class made of bees, drones. Weird. I don't know a lot about Star Trek Online. You know what? I just realized they never did anything with Georgiou and Discovery and her leaving for Section 31. Let's see. Oh, in the game, decided of all the possible names they can generate, USS Karen. When was the last time this unit saw power? Probably the early 90s. So, okay. Trying to get some focus in here. There you go. You can kind of... the green's not really coming through. There's some green there. That just does not look right to me. Maybe that's not too bad. I don't know what's leaking out of it. I mean, it was probably oiled or had something put in there. Try and clean it. So... Imagine the Data General can't run Doom? Absolutely not. But can you at least get GCC working on it so you can compile Doom? I really, really doubt it. I think you are dramatically overestimating the capabilities of this thing. So should be able to show you the corrosion on that one pin, though. Well, you can see it in the wire there, for sure. That little tiny blue speck. Right there. That is, that's some kind of battery corrosion. Or not necessarily, I think it's battery corrosion. It's kind of what I'm trying to get to. And then you can see tiny bit right there. So maybe I'm going to push this back. Try and get a picture of both of those at once. The same focal plane. It's pretty close. Is that grease? I'm not sure. Green from grease? Maybe? Silicon grease? Yeah. Can the Data General run Pong? A Pong clone is probably within reason. because it's a terminal-based system, but it should be possible to do a character-based Pong. I bet it could. Whether or not the baud rate on the terminal is high enough to easily draw that will be the bigger problem. Let me really quick here. Let's do this. I'm gonna go look at the back of the terminal, and I'm gonna see what the baud rates are, because I don't remember offhand. Oh, it does some weird baud rates. 19,200. That's its max. It's better than I would have guessed. But that's pretty respectable. So maybe. Direct cable. That's the only way you can do it, is direct cabled. Let's go back to some more documentation here. Come on, camera. You know you want to work with me. There we go. Boom. Okay. Tetris, something like Tint should absolutely be possible. It's actually easier to do Tetris than Pong. Tetris only has one moving piece. Pong has three. So the problem with Pong is that you need to be able to move the paddles and the ball all around. I'm right behind the microphone here. You need to be able to move the paddles and the ball, and you only have one cursor on a terminal, and it has to be moved to each of those locations as it's drawing and updating where stuff is. You don't want to do a full screen like frame buffer draw, because that takes so long to transfer that much data. So what you do is, in something like Pong, you'd keep track of where the two paddles were, and then when the player moves the paddle, you'd erase the character below it with a space, and then draw another block character above it. And then you do that for the other one if they moved it. And then for the ball, you would go back to the last position where the ball was, put a space to clear it, and then advance the calculation of where the trajectory would put it on the next frame, and then draw that. So you're constantly going to be moving back or all around between the up and bottom of the paddles if they moved, and then the last position of the ball to clear it, and then the next position of the ball to draw it. So that's why Pong is hard, because you have to constantly be moving the cursor all around. Tetris, it's always in one spot where the tetromino is falling currently, and then you can just clear it, draw the next one right below it, and then keep going. So that one's a lot easier. See, that Dasher keyboard will need repair for sure. It's foam and foil. I know. I should probably just buy some from Tech Select so I can set them aside in case something happens. I can't get them later, because that would suck. I don't think I could bring myself to harvest them from my compact portable if it came to it. I like it too much, so I should really get some extras. Let's see. Star Trek Online is a pretty decent game. Just be aware that it's free to play, and there's a fair bit of pay to win. Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah. I mean, I'm becoming increasingly ticked off with Gran Turismo 7, which is a pay to play game and then pay to win. So starting out free to play, I'm going to forgive it a little more. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, man. Let's see. Get by trading dilithium for their paid store currencies. It just takes a while. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see. Oh, I had to go by because my freshly opened cereal package had bugs in it. Oh, gross. Not much, David. We're just taking a look at some potential corrosion on this connector here. Actually, now that I look at it, I can kind of see in there. If I was going to deoxit this, I would do it into that. So that's kind of cool. I have the key over here. I'm going to have to, remove this. Adrian's Digital Basement fabricated his own foam and foil pads once. Did he do it, or are you thinking of 8-Bit Guy? Because I know for certain that 8-Bit Guy did it. I haven't seen every Adrian's Digital Basement video, so I'm not sure if he may have. But that's the one I remember, is the 8-Bit Guy doing it. Okay. So the whole thing moves. So that's how that rotates. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, I would probably want to add deoxide or something around there when I get to that. That felt pretty smooth though. It didn't feel too bad. It's really high pressure, but I think that might just be how that connector is. For the record, it is a key to turn it on. Kind of weird. And it's one of the slightly better ones. It's a barrel lock that has different depth keys for the bitting. It's not just whether or not it has them. But it's not that it matters. I'd rather replace with a power button. It's not like I need a key. I'm not worried about someone coming by and turning it off. How many bits are the data generals? That is a very complicated question. I don't know offhand. Yeah. See. Did you know that Tech Select apparently also makes auto parts? Weird. It's Tech Elect as well. I'm not sure if maybe you're mixing it up with someone else. I don't know. See, David did refoam a keyboard. Yeah, I knew that for sure. No. All right. Overall, this is not as in a bad condition as I was afraid it would be, this switch. So maybe it'll be fine. I'm hesitant to reconnect these. I'm pretty sure I know where they go, but I will want to see if I have footage or images of that for sure. Actually, you know, that blue goo kind of tells me everything I need to know. These go there. And they go... Oh, that's really tight there. Okay. So I'm going to leave those reconnected, and now I'm going to start on a frustratingly difficult task. Trying to remove this connector. Maybe this will probably go easier outside of the case, especially now that I can get a really good look and light on it. But I couldn't get that out when I was trying to remove the whole system. I would really like to do that. So let's see what it's going to take. Looks like there is a pressure tab right here. It does not want to move. So that's a thing. Do I need to pry this over it, maybe? It's on the bottom. Looks like probably the same thing. 4-bit processors. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, at least the 4 is like that. I don't know if the MicroNova makes the architecture the same but integrated. I'm not sure. It's weird. See, another current Molex connector. That seems more like a Minifit Junior, so I wouldn't be too surprised that a giant, like, industrial grade one I just wasn't too sure about. Yeah, really, I do not know how I'm supposed to get this out. It's panel mount on the other side. I could probably get it to fit through here. Yeah, I bet I could. Don't want to do that, though. So that Molex reminds me of what they use in... It's just friction fit, so I should be able to pull it off. Oh, man, that's a little terrifying. I see something moving. Hopefully good stuff. There's space in there. I'm going to pry. It is high friction fit. See, Connor Krusky. Here's what happens when an 8-year-old buys a mainframe. I'm not 18-year-old. But yeah, it is a not insubstantial computer. There we go. That's disconnected. Okay, now I just need to get the earth strap off of there, and then I can get that pulled off. Need some pliers. Maybe I got a socket bit close by enough. Let's find out. What will fit on there? You can't see it. It's right there. That's what I need to get off. I need to watch some of Connor's videos more. I really, honestly, since I had to move, I don't think I've watched a single YouTube video. I have been so busy. It's been kind of ridiculous. There are so many Accursed Farm videos that I need to catch up on. Even some game dungeons. Man. Life, I tell you. See, hello, Zolly Gamer. Whoa, front panel's loose. Yeah, I should have figured that was going to happen. I'm just going to put that right back. You don't have to keep track of screws if you have them all in the right place. All right. Let's go back to this camera, because now we can see front panel. Boom. Off. And like the most useless front panel in all of the... Actually, that's not true. In all the data generals, I was going to say that. That at least has a button. If I go over here, front panel on the 4X is literally just a piece of plastic. Well, you can see... Oh, that's a hard drive. That's the 4X. Yeah, just an empty piece of plastic. Switches aren't even attached, and the camera tipped down, but it doesn't matter. Freeman's Mind is best gaming-related show on YouTube. I prefer the game dungeons, but Freeman's Mind is pretty darn good, too. See, hello, Kale Mendor. Yeah, hi, Dasket. Of course, had to do that to make me look bad. All right, I'm going to put this over with the other parts I've been pulling off. For giggles. Ooh, it's a Nova 3. Ooh. Definitely not. Nova 3 has a big wide connector here that I'm going to have to reverse engineer at some point. There might be pinout information available online, but I don't know. So, all right. We're getting into the good stuff now. Let's see about some stuff. I'm ESD strapping up for sure now because we're getting into the really sensitive things. Well, yeah. The problem with the camera is, I can show you this with the Nikon. It's nice having two cameras at desk level, one that I can just sit static. I'll put on this. Switch up to the less manual lens. So the GoPro has so much stuff going on here. This is why it's always drifting down. So this is position manipulation point 1 right here. So this is a flat blade that moves up and down, and then a stem that rotates. Then we have this ball joint here. All right. Let me focus here. That allows it to pivot in any direction, and it has a slot that allows it to go 90 degrees. Then we have this screw joint here where the GoPro's mount is attached to this, and it comes loose frequently, and it always flops around. And then we have the actual screw mount for the GoPro with its stupid little paddle things that mount. So this whole thing is super duper floppy and has so many points of movement that it is very easy for one of them to go slack without me noticing, and it's really hard to keep tight. So yeah, that's what it is. So I'm off to start my night shift. All right, have a good time, Beats Attack. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, let's go back to that camera now. Almost as many articulation points as an arm. Yeah, it's really bad. But it works, so I keep using it. So, all right, let's get started in here. We have two fuses, a 5 amp and a 3 amp. That's interesting because, as we saw on the back, it is 5 amps for 120 volt input and 3 amps for 240. So I'm guessing these are for that. These are, I think those are sand type fuses rather than glass. So they aren't labeled either. So I should be careful about mixing those up now that I think about it. I will pull these out and measure the continuity and the diameter. Oh, that one's at least labeled. Slow blow. Okay, that makes sense because the inrush current might be pretty high with the capacitors that are in here. So let's. Oh man, that is tough. There we go. Let's see. Logitech MX518. Yep, that's an OG one. Very, very worn OG one. Ceramic HRC fuses. Okay, maybe you can design 3D print a fixed mount. I could, but I kind of like the ball joint, and that's the one that has the most problems. The ball joint is what allows me to do the bite break videos where the camera looks perpendicular to the table. So, yeah. Let me go back to this, and let's do some more documentation. Edit. Let's see here. I'm going to insert a template and info box device. Okay. I specifically want a fuse. Do I have that? I don't. Fuse. Just going to add one. You know what? I'm going to change that. Fuse 120 volt. And it is 5 amps for that. And then fuse 240 volt is 5 amp. All right, those won't show up. They're just going to be a box that, yeah, is whatever. So that mouse saw things. Yeah, that mouse has seen a whole lot. You know, maybe I shouldn't do it that way. Maybe I should insert a table. Fuses. Let's do it this way. This cell should be properties. There's a way of how do you do this? There we go. Content cell to header cell. Okay. 120 VAC. Current rating 5 amp. Diameter, it's probably standard, but I'm just gonna make sure I get it. Let's see, ship I was talking about, you remember Discovery Season 2 finale had the big battle against Section 31 ships, was Black Mariner type ship? I don't remember. It's been a little while. Hello, Like Pie 305. Okay. This definitely feels like standard diameter, but I think I've got some skinnier fuses, so I just want to be sure. On the mount, 6.3, the tube, I guess that's 6 millimeter. 6 millimeter, oops. 6 millimeter, and then that'll be length. Length 6.3 by 32. Okay, so the 6 point. Why is 6.3 a thing? It's like 31 long, but I'm gonna guess the standard is 32 because that kind of makes sense. 6.3 millimeters diameter shows up a lot. Right, I'm gonna guess the other one's the same. It is. Okay. So I can just dupe that 240. Excuse me, 240. Where'd it go? 3 amp. There we are. And I'll just delete that row. Okay, I'm very happy with that. Put that one back up there. These caps are the same. Oh, I was going to test continuity, make sure they're good. Let's just do that real quick. Beep. Oh, it's 1/4 inch. Okay, that makes sense. ball joint went loose. And you know what? I need to rotate it. There we go. That'll work. And continuity mode. Beep. 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 Okay, good. Fuses are good. It's a nice sanity check. I will actually just go ahead and, hold on, let's do this. Both fuses tested. Good. Save. Add fuses. Now, I'm not doing this as a normal device page on CapsWiki. I am documenting it on there. I figured it wouldn't actually be the worst thing if people want to document their projects on CapsWiki. So if you want to make a sub page on CapsWiki for your own personal projects, feel free to. Because a wiki's pretty good for that. And then it makes that information publicly shareable to other people, which could be beneficial. So that's a thing. So I figured I'd just do that. Because a device page for these is going to be real complicated and very slow to get filled in. So I'm just doing this as like a note-taking location right now. So, alright, that was a good thing to see. Let's start working on our plans for what's next. I've already got a lot of pictures of the tops of the cards. I screwed up and didn't take pictures of the bottom of the cards, which really matters on the 4X because it has bodge wires on the bottom that I totally forgot I need to document. So I will be reshooting everything, but I'm probably going to take all the cards out and put them on this table because I have really nice soft lighting here. So I don't want to do that yet. I'll wait until this is off back onto the other table, which is getting progressively easier as I work on it here. But let's see what makes most sense next. So I did, oh man, we can see giant cap number 1 right there. Look at that monster. Oh boy. They're always really reasonable voltage though. That one's 40 volts. That's not that bad. It's weird how low voltage they are. I was expecting them to be like 400 volts, which would be just ridiculous to find. But no, they're pretty reasonable. So 40 volts is reasonable to me because I'm going to be able to use something like this power supply or one of the other two. Whoops. I have over there because those are both 50 volt max. Well, that one's 50 volt max. So I will actually be able to reform these without needing like a specialty high voltage power supply. Yeah. Yeah, it's a huge cap. I mean, that's not even the biggest one in here, which is just bad. And there's 2 of those in here. So that's a thing. Man, there's so much dirt on that power supply. Wow. Part of this is going to be investigating how much cleaning I'm going to have to do. Well, how does reforming capacitors work? So capacitors work, at least aluminum wet electrolytic capacitors have a sheet of aluminum wrapped around inside the capacitor for the anode. The cathode is a fluid that sloshes in there and connects to a different tab. Between them, you have to have something called a dielectric between them. And that's just something that separates the two conductive materials. In a wet aluminum electrolytic capacitor, the dielectric is an oxide that forms from the fluid interacting with the aluminum, and it builds up this non-conductive layer where the two meet, and it only happens when a voltage is applied. Over time, that oxide layer can break down and become thin or disappear completely, making a short. So to correct that, what you do is you apply a very low voltage and then slowly make it bigger to build up that oxide layer. So reforming a capacitor just rebuilds the oxide layer, preventing possible shorts. That's what that's for. It does not replenish the electrolytic fluid. It can't change the capacitance value. It can't do anything else. It just rebuilds the oxide layer, which can decompose over time. So these are really enormous capacitors that probably have a high surface area inside, especially at a low voltage like 40. So the likelihood that they could have formed a weaker dielectric layer somewhere that's very high, and if you just applied power to those directly, it would form a full complete short, and then it would heat up, and boom, you would get all of the fluid just spewing out, vaporizing into the air. So yeah, I don't want to do that. So I will be popping all of those out and reforming them, because that will be the safest way to go. And again, there are probably, I've seen 2 of these in every single thing I've looked for them in, and at least 2. I think that hard drives have more, actually. And they're very expensive. I know Commodore Z, who has a 1200, he mentioned the other day that he actually has a capacitor that he bought that he didn't need, or couldn't use because it was too tall, and it was $37. And I'm pretty sure he bought it long before the pandemic. I think that was like 2019 or 2018. So it's probably, again, a $50 cap now. And 12 of those in all these? Oh boy. Not looking forward to that. So I'm going to reform them all. Hello, Unobtainium. That's a whole lot of things there. See, I was in a server room when the gas fire suppression went off. Ooh, that's scary. Man, that's really scary, because that could cause a deprivation of oxygen. You need to get out of there quick, depending on what kind of fire suppression system they have. See, that'll explain why the heavily used Game Gear I bought still has no bad caps. Constant use may have kept them in form. That is actually possible. It is much better use, or it's a much better thing to have regularly lightly used gear rather than excessively used or never used. So I assume these haven't been powered on for 30 years, and that's why I'm going so slow. If they told me, oh yeah, we were using them last week, obviously I would have powered them back on. I mean, they probably would have been fine then. But as it is, they will most likely just go boom if I do that. So I need to make sure that I keep it, I go through this process to restore it, truly restore it. So yeah. Many of the older wet caps have boric acid solution as water. Interesting. Halon, yeah, 10 seconds to bail. Yeah. Yeah. I actually want to get a Halon extinguisher here. CO2 might be fine. Actually, Wizard Tim and I were talking about this in comments for the pre-release version of this video. I can't. Halons are really expensive. Halotron now are really expensive. CO2 would probably be fine, but I don't know. I just get concerned. There are no windows I can open here. The ventilation sucks. So I don't know how long I would have to wait until I can get back in. And then the Halotron works by disrupting the burn process rather than depriving of oxygen. It just feels like it'd be a better solution, but there's a lot of cost involved. So let's see. It's not the loudness, but the massive pressure in the room that can destroy your ears. Interesting. Oh, I have a lot of thoughts for that. So it's high pressure in most data centers. I would think that would increase the thermal conductivity in the air, making them have higher heat transfer. I wonder if that's a thing. Am I like completely off base there? But now I'm really curious. Like, if you had higher air pressure in a server room. Oh, are you just talking about the fire suppression? Because that'll do it too. that would definitely do it. I have no idea if it's paper or aluminum. I won't know until I can pull it out. The one that I looked at, I believe, was paper. So I pulled apart the dasher terminal. I have completely disassembled that. And I put it back together before I moved. And my plan was to work on that first. Didn't happen because I ran into a hybrid cap that has 2 capacitors in it, and I needed to replace that, and that kind of weirded me out, and I just got stuck, and then the electronics bench happened, and then everything just got disrupted. But there are caps like this in there. I have reformed a cap in the dasher terminal to test. I can do it. There's actually a Twitter thread. If you search for pickle juice, and you'll find the thread. And it'll make sense. Yeah, that should bring you there. But I've reformed one of the capacitors on there, and so I know it's possible, and it looked exactly like one of those. So I'm pretty sure it's the same brand and everything. So let's see. My old job had foam fire suppression. MDS basically guaranteed cancer, probably PFAs. Yeah. Okay, I should get some more progress made here. I don't really have a set objective here. I would like to pull out the power supply. I don't know how difficult that's going to be, though. I think I need to start here next, though, because I did look a little bit. There is Bit Savers has some data. Let me just start again there. Bit Savers has some MicroNova documentation. Not full schematics or service manuals or anything, but it has some basic stuff in it. And it looked like they started by removing this section first, so I'm thinking I should do that. Hope you don't mind that I'm replacing the PRAM battery in my Mac. No, that's great. Get the batteries out. The 2 capacitors, 1 capacitor, twice a boom. Yeah. Before this computer, the oldest dasher I heard of was Volkswagen. This is definitely within the realm that a car could be older. Yeah. So these are 120. Oh, you don't know the half of it. So those 2 fans, yeah. Look at how big the hub motors are on these suckers. They are monsters. Seriously. There we go. The hub motors are like the size of my hand. They're insane. How many? I can't see the power rating. I want to pull those off. I want to know how much power just the fans are going to draw. They look like they're 120 millimeter. So depending on how much CFM they need, I might be able to replace them with Noxuous and have it quieter. I doubt that I can get away with that, though, because the thing is, these feed right into the card cage, so they actually need to be pretty high pressure to get over everything. So I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. But it also kind of doesn't matter. It's not like I'm actually going to leave these things running all the time, so it would be fine. But yeah, that's a thing. Let's see if we can get that off and see if we can see if we can turn it on. You guys remember the X-Serve? Yeah, take out that sound and times it by 50. That's how it's going to be. Maybe. What do we got here? Oh, there's captive clip nuts. That's nice. This is a metal clip that's going over it. So that's a threaded screw, a machine thread screw, not just like a wood screw like most, or a coarse thread screw like most fan stuff is mounted with. That's nice. I want to tip this on its side and get a better look at the fan mounting arrangement. See what we got here. So that plate goes underneath. Are these the only exposed screw heads on the whole thing? Hold on here. There's some there by the power supply. There are matching ones on the card cage right there. I don't think there were any on the back. Oh man, there are 2 here, but they only hold up whatever this weird like 2 thread thing is. Yeah, those are it. Wow, that's kind of tough. It might just be as easy as taking those out, though. So there's 2 configurations for the MicroNova as well. Looking through the manual stuff showed me. This is a 9-slot configuration. There's 9 slots in the card cage, but you could get one with 2 card cages instead, and then the power supply would be located in the rear. It would make sense if this is modular enough that if you take out those screws, the bits would just slide out. Now I'm wondering if I can do that. A bolt. Yeah, it's a bolt. Yeah, on the fans, yeah, it's a bolt. That is kind of the word I was looking for. Intriguing proposition here. So these wires go off to the front of the case. There's no way I can just unplug something there like I can these two. So, oh, that kind of sucks. That sucks a lot, actually. Okay, so I have to get the fans out somehow, because I need to be able to get to that connector right there to remove it. That's that one that I just pulled the front off of. Because then I can feed that through to the back. Maybe. Oh, the fan connectors are on there too. Because if I don't fully disconnect all of these power wires from here, then this cable harness is going to get stuck in the way, because there's this bar in the middle here, so I can't pull both units forward. And I really don't want to have to take all those screw terminal wires off. That looks not fun. And actually I can't, because they go across the entire width of the system, or the power supply unit, underneath that metal plate. So there's no way for me to do that without removing it. So I must remove the fans so I can disconnect the wire on the front, and then the wires that are powering on the fan. So yeah, this plate has to come off. That is the first step. Oh, here, with the light coming straight down at it, you can see those hub motors a little better. Look how monstrous those things are. 4X has 4 of those. Those aren't even the only fans in the whole thing. Each cabinet has a whole fan and air filter system built in. So there is a lot of room for noise in these. Buy some ear protection. I actually do have some pretty nice ear protection. So I should be able to do that. That screw is a little too pointy. That one's pretty good. And I should be able to put these right back into the fans after this, because I don't think I'm going to need to leave them out, so then I won't have to manage where these go. The instant I get to a point where a screw being removed makes something loose, it changes how I have to think about this, because I don't want to leave this thing disassembled. So before I end this stream, I will be reassembling the entire thing. Well, actually, I'm going to reassemble it to the point right before I started taking off these screws, because I don't want, I'm fine with all the other stuff being loose. I just don't want loose parts that will get lost, or I won't remember where they go. Everything else I took off is pretty obvious. That screw was slightly stripped, but plate off, and I can now access all the wiring. Oh, look at that. Look at that nice dust coming out of there. Yay. Okay, so when these are all finally working, you got to do closed door versus open door sound comparison, Ace Ventura style. So, actually, in the service notes, this is part of why this is so great to have all that. The owners of the machines were scolded by one of the maintenance workers, who actually wrote a letter to someone in higher up. And they were telling them, you must run the system with all of the panels on, because it maintains the airflow that is managed in a particular way. So, yeah, I can do it temporarily, but it's not something I will want to do long term, because the airflow is managed in a particular way. Oh my gosh. Look at this dust clump right there. It is flat on top because the blades scrape it. So it was shaped by those blades. That is gross. Oh, I need to stop spinning it because it's knocking it down into the cards. Oops. So you're worried these will blow the breaker for the building when you eventually power them and must have massive power needs? yeah, that's part of what I may make a video following up the last one about. Everyone keeps saying, oh, just, make a weird, crazy two-phase 240 from 120 power cable to power the cabinets. If I pop the breakers, I have to call the landlord because they're locked in a cabinet outside. I can't touch them. So that's a big problem if that happens. Another reason I can't get 240 in here, like some people have said, just get a 240 service installed. My electricity is free and part of the rent for the office. And if I tell the landlord, like, hey, I need 240 installed, can you do that? And also, it still needs to be free, and don't worry about how much power I'm going to draw. That's not going to go over well. So, yeah, I'm not getting 240 service installed here at all. That just can't happen. So, yeah, the powering these individually off of 120 is it. That's my only option. So, okay. Now I can get to this. We can push these cables through. So this will go here. I want to be careful I don't stab my hand. Good. And whoop. I said not stab my hand. Let's keep the hand out from under it. I said out from under. There we go. Perfect. That one's loose. See, RG beater, how much power could these things possibly... Did you happen to see my last video on my YouTube channel that goes over how these things are wired? Or I should say, how much power they need? Because I actually go over and calculate the power budgets on them, or at least say what they all are. This is 5 amps at 120 volts. So that's about... It's a little less than half of what a US outlet can provide. That's max, though. But then it has a platter drive that will pull up. Actually, I have it written right here. 3 amps on its own. And then there's a floppy drive that is 3.5 amps. So this whole chassis is just under what the maximum continuous current rating for a US outlet is. Well, actually, a breaker. The outlet, if there's other stuff on that leg of the breaker, it could pop the breaker. So, yeah, that's a thing. It is possible that I could overdraw a breaker with just the MicroNova chassis. The 4X chassis, the 4X itself is rated for 12 amps, which is insane. That's an entire US outlet continuous current. Yeah. Considering how massive that 40 capacitor is, this thing must have horrible power factor. But that will still pop your breaker. Yeah. Yeah, I need to look more into the power factor. Because I started trying to read the Wikipedia page on that, and it's really confusing. Because I bet it is terrible. But I don't know what that will mean as far as the actual current ratings and how much power it'll consume. So, yeah. I'm not going to be able to see the labels on these. I'm not going to know how much power they draw. That's unfortunate. I am going to be able to document this, though. I need to take pictures of those connectors. Maybe test it using car inverter before plugging it into mains. That's possible. That's definitely possible. I could get like a... I would probably want to go all out, get like a true sine wave UPS. I actually own one. They're very expensive. I bought it for my server at home. Get that, and then connect it to a car battery so that it will definitely have enough power. Take out all the cards to see the fan labels. Give me a moment. So, down in here, it's pretty hard to see. There's a metal cage that might obstruct my view. Although that, I think that metal cage actually is the card cage. So I think once I remove the card cage... Yeah, that's the card cage. Okay, once I remove the card cage, I should be able to see it. So, alright. That won't be too bad then. Those are properly done. Okay. And then a wide shot, because I'll never regret seeing everything all at once. Could use something like dim bulb tester to limit current. I'm going to build a custom box with like a 10 amp breaker that should pop that breaker before popping the wall breaker. That's what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to build that actually into my test bench, or that test bench, because that one's going to be specifically for the data general stuff. So that's my plan. How hard or impossible would it be to put an ATX power supply into it? So I've had a lot of people comment about that. I haven't responded to any of those either. Completely impossible. This has a lot of negative voltages in it, so just not going to happen. It would require basically creating an all new power supply to do it. So, yeah. Crowdfunded 240 generator. That's also not going to go well. Running like a giant extension cable from the parking lot into my office so that I can run a generator outside to power this thing. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. Do you know if your landlord actually has breakers and not nichrome fuses? I don't. That's another thing. People have said, oh yeah, office buildings are usually wired for such and such. This place is ancient. This building was built in, I suspect, the 60s or 70s. That wall, that white wall right there, has wood paneling on it. It's been painted. I'm really frustrated that it's been painted because it would be incredible. But that's a wood paneled wall. This place is super old. So, you know, like, oh, the power rating is probably like underrated or something. I don't necessarily think so. So, yeah. I'm just lucky I can get incandescent bulbs in the UK. I have a bunch squirreled away because I don't want to lose access to those. They have utility still for things like dim bulb testing. Okay, there's all that disconnected. Building fits your MO very nicely. Yeah, that's part of why I picked it. It's incredible. Like, look right there. There was a carpet seam, and they put wood paneling over the carpet seam. It's ridiculous. Okay. So, I can feed the... Actually, I can put this down. There we go. I can feed all of the wiring out of here now. There we go. Oh, that's a big deal thing I gotta do right there. I have to disconnect those two headers to fully pull this off. I really don't like that. But it has to be done. So I need to fully document. I am going to 100% document that, actually. I'm not going to play around with that at all. I'm going to write in my notes which wires are going to what on that. I'm not going to just take pictures because I could lose pictures. I'm going to have to send that page to the Wayback Machine before I even take the cards out, just to make sure that it's like triplicate backed up. Oh man, I don't like that. Yeah, those are very clearly... Yeah, they're going into the wiring over here, so there's no other way around it. So I'm going to get some ultra clear pictures of that, so there's no ambiguity. Wrong one. There we go. Okay, so from this picture, it would be black on pin 7 and orange on pin, was that 10? But I'm going to count those out and make sure. Yeah, you know what? I'm half tempted to label them. I think I'm gonna. So, you know what? Let's do, first off, this. Maybe someone will comment the layout under a YouTube video about this computer. What do you mean, the layout? So I'm not sure what you mean. I'm pretty sure that's the CPU card. I am strapped. Oh, that's definitely CPU. I'm not gonna take it out yet. That's CPU. So we're going to that. Label maker. It's way back here. These labeled, sort of. So the way it seems to be, if we look at this, so what this is a backplane. In case anyone doesn't know, this is a backplane. This is for connecting multiple cards together to each other in here. So I believe these connectors are top and bottom of the card edge. We can see it barely possibly. You guys can see. I'll get a light in there, try and do the best I can. But this pin has a trace that goes up around the next pin and then up to the one after it, up and around to the next one after it. So there are top and bottom sides of each slot. So those headers would be on the bottom side slot, or bottom side of slot 1. So that's where those would go. So if I were to label this, this has yellow in it. I don't want... it doesn't really matter if it's yellow or not. So this would be slot 1 / CPU. Pin for the black. Or give me a poker I want to count out directly. Layout of wires and pins you're so worried about. I wouldn't mind if someone did that. Just duplicate it. Because the thing is that if I don't document where these go well enough, then I will never be able to figure it back out. Because I don't have documentation on how these blind wires go on this backplane. So that's why I have to be so certain. So we're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's pin 7. I'm going to put some extra spaces in there, and I'm going to use that as the wrap point. So I'm going to print that. Oh, thanks for being a giant waste, you stupid label maker. Oh, that's a huge label. Good grief. Okay, that's not going to quite work. That's good enough, whatever. I need to unwrap these a little bit here. I guess I can unplug it. I know where it goes right now. 3 to the left of orange. Okay. I think the most fascinating question to me is why did a textile business buy a mainframe that can barely do graphics? Oh, they were using it for business operations, like calculating invoices and stuff like that. Think of it like this. You sell someone, 30 yards of material, and it has a particular cost per yard, and maybe they order like 20 different pieces of material. You got a lot of math to do there to add it all up to figure out what the total invoice was. Something like this makes perfect sense because it's really simple algebra that you have to do that. And anyone could program that. So it makes a lot of sense to me why they would buy it. So, yeah, I completely get it. Tech tangents. You haven't put a side on that label. It should be... You are right. I did not put a side. Should be bottom pin 3. It's not pin 3. It's pin 7. But I will put bottom in Sharpie. Also, I'm going to switch this to the 2 line for the second one and make it a little smaller because it's kind of ridiculous. But pin 3 would have been, it was 3 to the left of that one, so it would go back to right there. That's where it was. So I have also intentionally left it slightly loose. That way it can slide, but it's tight enough that it won't fall off. Okay, so over here, we're going to make this a lot smaller. We're going to do, where is it? Enter. Okay. Boom, boom. Bottom. There's 2 T's in bottom. Not a 7. Pin 7, okay. Then that's probably fine with the stupid tabs it's going to give me. That's fine. I just reiterate it, not to make you feel bad, but to confirm it with myself. And I'll fold it over. I'll be able to read it. All right. This thing is ridiculous with how much label it weighs, so I would like to waste as little as possible. Just cut off another stupid tab. God, I hate this thing. What a scam. That's a much more cost-effective use there, but it wasted more for both of those than that one actually took. God. All right. Oh, that's trash. Seven, 8, 9, 10. Pin 10. Print. Cut off another stupid piece. Close the cover. Oh, it does that sometimes. Snip. I hate it. There we go. Pin 10. Okay. That's way better. Okay. I really like the self-documentation, but I'm also gonna set this aside. I can pull that off. Oh, that feels weird to do. Scamazon brother printer? Yeah. At least why didn't you buy a Dymo? At least you didn't buy a Dymo with their new label DRM. Yeah, really. I bought that at Goodwill, so I can feel pretty good about how much I paid for the label maker. And then the labels I have, third party. Totally screwed them, but it still wastes a bunch. Okay, let's bring this back up. Edit. Card cage wiring. Slot. Slot 1. CPU. Is that ground? Is that what that black one is? Not that I really can know, because it's all weird. You know, I'm just gonna black wire. Actually, let's do it this way. Bottom dash pin 7. Black PSU header. And then bottom pin 10, orange PSU header, orange. There we go. Save. Add PSU back plain wires. Okay, it's interesting that in right conditions that computer could be fit into a small case and effectively make a microcomputer. Yeah, it definitely could have. Sure, the floppy drives are pretty big along with the hard drives. I can imagine that Data General could have sold. They actually did. There is a Data General microcomputer. Data General microcomputer Nova. There is one. It looks like a Tier City Model 4. They are not common. Oh man, I really want that tape drive so bad. That's the one. Oh man, that thing. If I could get me one of them, I would sit and stare at it because there's no way I could ever use it. I don't have the card. Let's see. It exists. Where is it? That's it. Bingo. No, it truly is micro. MPT 100. There you go. That's what it looks like. It's a real thing. So I believe that it's basically this computer built into a frame. Yeah. Just posted pin out in a comment. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, this is cool. Okay, so this thing, this little keypad thing, this is supposed to plug in somewhere on the front. It might go right here. I'm not sure. So that's equivalent to the paddles on the Nova 3 front panel. It's this weird remote thing. Open image and new tab. So this plugs into the MicroNova on the front. Mine does not support this. My panel is completely solid. It does not have this door, which is kind of disappointing. But it's really cool. I wish I had one of those. It would probably go for a crazy, ridiculous amount of money on eBay if one ever showed up, because it's small enough that you wouldn't feel like it's a burden, and we'll say Nova on it. But if I ever get the chance, I will buy one because that's kind of cool. But yeah, the documentation on BitSavers shows this coming with every one of these, which makes me think that this is a much later revision, because it would make sense that they just stop bothering to put that in there for later ones. Oh, anyway, that's good for now. We can go ahead and continue on with the disassembly. The rest of the connectors are not just keyed, they only go one way, so I'm not too worried about removing those. Yeah. Or by one way, I mean there's only one place they can physically plug into, so it's not too concerning. Well, that is power supply now disconnected from the card cage. So this could now be removed once I get the screws out. So let's keep working on that. This is some really good progress. I feel really, really good about this. I also like how I'm keeping everything self-contained. I mean, I've removed this panel, but that's it. And it's pretty obvious where that panel goes. So I'm not too concerned about, and in worst case, honestly, I lose that panel. Oh well. I mean, it's just to keep you from lobbing a finger off on these absolutely monstrous fans. Again, those things are just insane. Camera's loose on the thread for the ball joint, so that's cool. I'm going to tighten that. That's the wrong direction here. Do it this way. grab it, tighten it as much as I can, and that'll have to do for now. So, all right. We need to pull out these two screws. They're visible here and there, which will require removing cards. And then there are more of them there and there. So I think I need to remove all of the cards. Now the order, the slots that the cards are in matters because of those jumper wires on the back. So as I take these out, I should probably document what slots they go into. Because if I mess it up, that's not good. I've only ever taken one out at a time before. This is going to require me to take out multiple. Although, you know what? I could take out just two. I could take out the RAM board here. No, that's also a RAM board, I believe. And then this async card. And then I don't have to worry about it too much because I know where those go. So you know what? I'm just going to do that. I don't want to take all the cards out yet. These really suck to do. Those connectors on the back are extremely tight, and now I don't have the chassis to pull against because I can just pull the whole thing. So this is now a little difficult. I'm actually going to do the thing. There's that one. Yeah, there's that one. Okay. Print labels for the cards. I was thinking about it. I may still, but for right now, I will know where these go, and I only have to remove the two at the moment. I'll pull those aside. Yeah. Do these have bodge wires on the back? Oh my gosh, that looks great. That looks horrible. That has silkscreen over the traces. That's not what this side looks like. This is the copper or nickel is exposed. So it's not just like one is inordinately dirty. So, oh no, the cards are offset. I need to pull that one too. Oh, that sucks. That makes it slightly more complicated. All right, I'm gonna label them because I don't like that. Okay. Let's do some labeling. How do I want to do this? I want to just make some orange slots or labels that say slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think there's 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's only 7 cards. So I could fit 2 more cards in here. Not that I know what I'd put in there, but I could. I could just write it in Sharpie on them, because it is something that will always matter specifically for this chassis. So, I mean, the backplane doesn't look special. Cards can probably go in any slot. Well, I have to move the wiring on the backplane to match. That's the thing. It's this and whatever these are right here. That's what matters. So those are wire wrapped. Actually, those are on the empty slots. Why are those there? What do those do? Are those terminators? I don't know. I don't like that. I wish I could find some documentation on this kind of stuff. But then there's whatever that black wire is that connects those 2 pins. I think that's just grounding it, actually. Is that ground? Because it's just attached to the slot. And if you look at the traces, that skips from one slot to the next. And those 2 pins should be connected in copper. Maybe it doesn't matter? Black one is probably for higher current. Oh, to allow it to pull or sink more current more accurately to ground from there. Interesting. What I could do, and this is something I kind of just need to do anyway, I could bring up this page and then just document which card is where. That'd probably be easiest. Let's just do that. I've been meaning to do it anyway because I want to be able to tie each card to service records. So I don't mind doing that. So let's just do it this way: card, gauge, slots. Insert table. These are not going to be header cells. These will be header cells. Will it maintain the headering? Insert below? It does. Sweet. Okay, so there were 7. Insert below. One more. Actually, I should have headers above. Below. Card number, card type. I'm gonna go ahead and put in 2 more. No, that's not what I wanted. Below, and then I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The top 2 will be empty. Slot number. I would still label it too scary to mess it up later. Yeah, I can. I think I'll just... I'll print numbers, labels, and then just slap them on there. I don't have a good removable pen. So, or yeah, pen. Okay. I don't think I need that one. Card type, CPU. Pull this bad boy out. Oh, this sucks. Oh, I can press that one up against, though. So, okay. I think the weird orange stickers over all of this are obstructing it. Now, I did want to show this. That's the CPU. It is a MN601. So that is the whatever this thing is as far as CPU. Someone was curious. There are Data General branded chips, and that one is dated 7702. Kind of interesting. I don't see any ROMs, though. Possibly that. But nothing else looks like it. So, from my understanding, Data General will do bulk orders of generic chips, and these are most likely just regular old chips, but I would have to have a schematic to know what they are, or hope that someone else has something that can be used to correlate them. Like 2 cards, one where it uses branded, one where it doesn't use branded. So that's about as good as I could hope for. So, now I need to find the card model number. It might be that. Hopefully it's that. 107 space 000533 space 03. Sharpie comes off. Yeah, I'm probably going to do Sharpie. I'm feeling like that. Make the most sense. Front left corner would avoid anything that actually matters. So I'll just do that. Because again, it's something I'm going to want on here. Well, the other thing, Sharpie will not come off very easily. This is exposed phenolic. There is no solder mask on this side. So that will seep into the fiberglass. No, screw it. I'm doing labels. I don't want to ruin these. I don't want it to be like, oh, they always have Sharpie because Shelby wrote on those PCBs with a marker, that idiot. So I'd rather just put stickers on. Yeah, I'll spend the 50 cents, $1, whatever it's going to take to make them. It's stupid to even consider not. Did it not cut it? Weird. Do I have it set up for chain print? Look at how much it wasted. Ridiculous. 3. Alright, screw this. I'm setting it to chain print. Where is it? Function. Cut option. Chain. Alright, so I got my 3. Four. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I know what to do. Did it not print the 4? It didn't print the 4. 5, 6, 7. There. Why didn't I just do that from the beginning? I hate this thing. And then feed and cut. That's more efficient, at least. Then I'll just cut it with scissors, because I definitely know where I have some of those. Yeah. How am I so efficient at losing scissors constantly? Like, seriously. Just, they vaporize when they get here. Oh, found it. Good. Okay. Now I have 2 4s. I don't need that one. See, classic printer mayhem. Yeah, pretty much. That one's blank. If you don't want to waste tape, you can buy the non-laminated tapes. Interesting. I wouldn't mind that. I should look into that. These were dirt cheap on Amazon. It's just insulting how much it wastes, mostly. I really, really badly want a clear white print tape. I feel like that'd be awesome. Usually print a big label with a couple of spaces between the separate labels. Yeah, that's what I finally got to. Both my P-Touch printers work great, but the price of the TZ tapes is out of sight. Went back to my Dymo. Yeah. Let's see. Scissors need to be locked up or they'll run away. Yeah, no kidding. I need to put these on a chain. Like a pen at a bank. Oh, I didn't get the 3. Least terribly designed printer. Alright. Thank you, Twitch, for advertising high-end RGB gaming mouse to me right while I was watching a stream on Mainframe 1975. Alright, so this is card 1. So it gets this one. Goes right there. So now I can start doing that. Oh, this is just going to take some time to set all these out. Alright, 2. You know what, I'm going to arrange these so I can pull these over as I get the cards out. Oh, so dirty. Oh, it was a scratch in the silk. That's not great. Okay, this is, it says 4 and 8K memory. I think this might be 8, but I'll just write memory. Memory. They're a good part numbery looking thing. That, I think, is it. 107 space 000 624 space 01. Okay. right. I don't like how I'm going to have to store these. This is going to either take up a lot of space over here, or I'm going to have to stack them. And I don't really want to stack them. Clear off more room over there. All right. Next, that 3. Three is another memory board. You know what I can do? I can make it easier for you guys. See? I suspect it's going to be the exact same copper number. 401, 401, 62. It is indeed. So that's part of why it was worth putting the labels on, because they're distinct. Whoa, Valiant Steed. Thank you for a tier 3 sub. That is incredible. I'm gonna have to make some tier 3 sub award remote or emote things now for you. Whoa. I had to call it an ad block tax for the last few years. I totally understand. So I appreciate it though. Wow. I love it that Twitch shows me a lottery commercial. I'm 65. I've never once bought a lottery ticket. It's not one of those like online gambling app things. Those are disgusting. They approved that in Arizona, and it's the worst. Ow, ow, oh, ah, man, it requires so much pinching. Oh my god, those are so pretty. Those are all MOSTEC chips. Oh man, that is gorgeous. More memory. Oh, that is ridiculously pretty. Man, this is like almost aftermarket or something. Oh, there it is. It's under that. That kind of sucks. It's a different kind of memory board. And I'm not going to be able to see the part number unless I take off that label. Looks like it's 107, which is a pretty easy guess, because, I mean, everything else is. Space 000. Those are easy to see. That's a line. That might be 1. Where's my light? There it is. Let's see. Whoa, use flashlight to shine through the label. I was just grabbing it to do that. It's not working super well. I may just try and peel it up slightly. Just try and break the adhesive so it'll move without tearing. Okay, that's a 7, not a 1. I can tell that. So 7. Seven something round. 9, 7. That's 5. 5, 7, 5. Oh, there's another thing. Great. Yeah, because the label is a little opaque. From the bottom of the PCB. Oh, you know what? Yeah, probably. Oh, there's another sticker. Great. And it's right over that part. That one might peel a little easier. But the fiberglass is really chunky. Oh, it is this side I need. I'm an idiot. I can't tell what those are. Yeah, I really can't tell through this side. Trying from the bottom to the top. Oh, that's really a lot easier. 75901. Oh my gosh, so stupid. It's probably so clear you guys can see it. Well, if the camera knew how to do exposure, maybe if I bring it back. Yeah, kinda. Wow. Okay, 75901. There we go. Probably could have got 01 from the context as well. Alright, at least I didn't damage the stickers, really. Next. Durham Airport card just won't connect to my network. Eek. Okay, hold on. I'm here. Oh no, MOS chips, if they're anything like Commodore, yeah, they're MOS Tech, thankfully. So they shouldn't be as bad as that. Yeah, let's see. Big money mainframes and minis use better chips than household PCs. Here's hoping. They were all so new at this point that it's still not like they had good concepts of what made for a long-lived chip. So, yeah. Okay, this one's 4. And it's another memory board, and it's the same kind as that last one. Also has a sticker over the model number. They really needed a lot of memory in this MicroNova. Jeez. But I can just copy that and not do that. Copy, paste. Wait, why is that 5? I forgot to label the last one. That goes on there. There we go. This one's 5. Well, it's a good thing I was doing both, because that helped me check. Some other streamers allow for sounding a bell in exchange for channel points to avoid imminent disasters, which could be a useful feature. It could. I don't have audio. I can't hear anything right now, so I would have to be wearing headphones, which would complicate that. I really don't like wearing the ESD strap because it ties me to the desk. So I would have to buy wireless headphones or get a Bluetooth adapter and probably try and use those. It might be worth trying. Bluetooth audio is such a nightmare, especially on Linux, but maybe it's worth figuring out. Because I could see that being helpful. Oh, man. We got 6, and these are both async boards. I think they're identical as well, so once I get one model, it'll be the same on the other. I'm going to label them serial here, though, because it'll make more sense to more people. Serial. I think I'm done with the label maker for a while as well. Time for an external speaker. Actually, the computer has a speaker built in. It's just confusingly loud or not loud. Alright, there's the model number. 107, water shock. 000, water shock. 648 space 06. Okay. And I will be more surprised than anything if the other one is not identical, so I'll just copy and paste that. And 6, yep. Oh, that says 03. Did I misread that one? I did not. They are not the same. That's weird. Maybe different board revisions. That makes me want to double check the other duplicates. Those are the same. The other ones have the sticker on them. But it's pretty obviously the same. Okay, those are identical. Okay. Get some of those Bluetooth bulbs that the sound... Ooh, you know, I kind of don't mind that idea. Get a Hue bulb or something. Have it be like right next to the camera and just flash at me. That could work. Almost wonder if there's some sort of API call that could be used to sound the Windows default beep in response to a channel. Well, that would be really impressive since I'm streaming from Linux. If it used a Windows API. All right. Look at this. Let me hide the thing, but there's all the cards. There's a lot of card for a MicroNova. But empty card cage. That's the first time that has happened. All right. Take this thing out. These screws can also go right back in. Wow, that's a tiny screw. Man. Can we see the fan label? No, once I get the cage out, then we'll be able to see it. So not quite yet. Those fans are most likely going to be 120 volts AC, and I wouldn't be surprised if each of them is an amp. So I'm wondering how much of the current rating is just going to be fans. Yeah, that's shorter. That's better. Wait a minute. That's tighter. I'm an idiot. There we go. All right. This should just be a piece of metal, and I think, yeah, it'll just slide out now. There we go. Oh, it has connectors too, and good, yeah, grief. Those definitely need cleaned. Oh, man. Wow. But there it is. That's a good chunk of MicroNova right there. That's cool. That is some serious stuff to happen. Wow. Man. Okay. Fans. Well, there's a brand and everything. They are 115 and a quarter amp. Okay, so half an amp in fans. All right, there we go. Kel, can I get a quick abstract of what's happening? This is a Data General MicroNova mini computer, and that is mini computer. It is a card-based computer system. That is the CPU. All of that is RAM, and these are two serial cards that will be used to connect to a terminal like the one that's facing away over there right now. I'm currently taking it apart so I can see what all is here, what all needs to be done to work on it, and then plan how I'm going to restore it to working condition. It's a lot of power for those fans. Yeah, those hub motors are enormous. Only 50 watt of fans? 50 watts is still kind of a lot. Those fans use probably as much power as the whole terminal. See, Dial-Up Dave's really weird how just a little part of the rack is the computer. The rest is drives. No, not drives. That's power supply. Unless you mean from the video. That's where you came from. Because, I move some stuff that's still in the way. that is the rack for this computer. Up there is like a 6U hard drive, and then below that's like a 4U floppy drive system. Oh, yeah. Let's see. We have a Byte Break Redemption, Enterprise 128. If nothing found because it's pretty rare, 8-bit computer, then search for TI-99-4A. That is an interesting one. Enterprise 128. That term may be a little too generic because I could see like enterprise computer with 128 kilobyte of RAM or something showing up. So that one might be a little hard, but we'll see. So you remember in the video, there has been no test of it yet. What if it's already working, only a PSU problem exists? Well, the PSU is pretty darn significant. We'll be taking out the power supply next. That is the very next thing. Actually, before I do the byte break, I'm going to put all the cards back in the card cage now that it's out, because they can just stay in there loose. So, yeah, those giganormous cartridge hard drive platter units. Yeah. But yeah, let's go ahead and repopulate the card cage, and then I will do the byte break and see if I can find that. So it's super weird to be able to do this loose now. Oh, it makes it so much easier to align. Wow. That's kind of nice. I would tip it back to do this, but I don't want to smash all the card cage pins down. But I can tip it upside down, because then I can load it in a little bit easier. Oh, they're splaying. That's suboptimal. That makes sense, because that would give it a tighter fit in the chassis. But that's making this harder. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, it's generic, but the computer is actually called this. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that is weird. It's just, yeah, gonna make it a little bit harder to search for with a term like that. But we'll see. Might be able to find it. The drive receives a whopping 3 megabyte and weighs 50 pounds. So the zero drive, or the first drive in the MicroNova, is 5 megabytes and probably weighs more like 150 pounds. So, yeah. Yep, that's what we had in our test rack for missiles. An HP 1000 Mini with 16 megabyte 10-inch removable platter. Yeah, these are removable platters as well. They are 5 megabyte. They're control data 848, if that actually means anything to you. Platters. So let's see. Put a rubber band around it. I don't have one that big. That's not a bad idea. I may have a small bungee cable I could put around it. I'm not sure. I don't think so, actually. I think that's at my house. I have string. I can tie string around it. That'll work. There we go. Let's see. See, if the power supply is beyond repair, it might be possible to put in some server PSUs if the voltages are standard. They are not. They're very weird. I know for sure 50 volts is a voltage on this. So, yeah, they're strange. So I have some string right here. Biggest HDD I ever used. See how even better, we're measuring in pounds per megabyte. Yeah. Where's this end? There. Whoa, a little carefuler, or a little more careful here. On the bright side, sounds like they aren't densely packed. Can't be hard to clean them, get data off of them. We'll see. I'm not making any assumptions. I am assuming nothing works, and then I won't be disappointed. 2U. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty good. 5 1/4 inch. Oh, okay, so 2U, you mean full height for a 5 1/4 inch drive. I mean, I guess it is technically 2U, isn't it? I never thought about that. But the more standard term for that would be full height. I still have working Fireball 4 gigabyte. I have a working Bigfoot. That's pretty rare. Most of... I don't know if I have any functional SCSI drives, so they're getting pretty uncommon. Yeah, there we go. Tying the string around this will work. And I can actually thread it through here. Perfect. That'll work. Okay. Are there rack sizes in the Data General's rack part of the U standard? I'm not 100% sure what you mean. I'm pretty sure this is a 3U chassis here. They're not... The bolt spacing is about the same as a modern chassis. So it would be possible to mount something newer in there, I believe. I haven't looked into it. If you manage to find a Data General rack, definitely buy it, find out, because they're super cool. Nonetheless, they kind of suck, but they're really cool. So it'll be worth it. I'm pretty sure you could mount something modern in them, if that's basically what you're asking. Let's see. The SCSI from my Atari Mega ST works fine as well. Ah, that is cool. There was a Mega ST on Facebook here that was like in the box with monitor, monochrome monitor too, which I actually want more than my color one that I have right there, because it can run like Cubase and stuff. But they wanted 200, but then they got so many offers that they're gonna jack up the price. I don't know what it's gonna be now, but it's out of my budget for spontaneous thing. Let's see. Data General. I don't think it predates U sizing. I'm pretty sure this is exactly 3U. Let's see. Sell for $800. Whoa. I don't know how much they're gonna get for it, but wow, that's a lot. All right, I need to clean my hands again. I should probably wipe off the surface here. Like, this is getting really, really bad. Some of this is dust, and some of this is metal. It's weird. Like, the table, it's grinding on the table so much that it is leaving behind like some kind of metal stuff. So yeah, it's weird. Wow, I'm not surprised that it came from someplace like AT&T and Telecom, but that's interesting to know. Yeah, all right, there we go. So I don't want to get that stuff on my Byte magazine. Alrighty. I'm curious what TI-99 and 4A would bring up as well, because it's slightly obscure and kind of beneath Byte. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them mention a VIC-20, but it should be in there. So both are kind of interesting. Let's see. I feel like I got lucky getting my 4160 ST for $350 from the UK. Yeah. Oh, STE. That's what you're talking about, Dave. This was a plain ST, so that'll make a difference. So, all right. Might just be metal excess metal oxide falling off the case. Most likely, yeah. Something like that. Okay, let's bring up this. And we will search Enterprise 128. Zilch. Did I spell that correctly? I believe I did. Wow. I can't search for either one of those words on their own, because in addition to being business, that's also going to bring up like every single Star Trek reference that they ever made in there. So yeah, ship Enterprise, that's 100% Star Trek. We're only in 76. That's the second year, 4 hits. So, and obviously 128 is not going to bring up anything. So that's unfortunate. I can try. I really need to update the script to do misspellings like a 1 or an L for eyes and other things, because the OCR on these issues are not that great. So I need to update it to have a lot of alternatives. It could be the same thing over here. Oh man, that's a lot. That's a big square of options. So I'm gonna put it back to the correct spelling here, and then I'll do alternate spellings over there, just in case. L and I. I've already done the case doesn't matter, so it match upper and lower case. So yeah, she sells excess metal. Yeah, she sells excess metal oxide on the seashore. Yeah. All right, so thank you for providing an alternative, VARs. So I will search TI-99 for A. Let's see what that brings up. TI-99 for A, and that is the correct slashing and stuff. There might be a dash in there. Oh, wow, I totally messed it up. Hold on, there we go. Bingo. 82. Oh, I was reading the year. It's also page 82. Both use pyramid game. That sounds like an advertisement for software. The comma there, that seems like that might be 2. TI-99 or Atari. It's definitely software advertisement. So yeah, this may Enterprise. Is that how we spell it in the US? I've never seen it like that. We're idiots. I'll try that in a moment. I wouldn't be surprised if it was spelled with a Z instead, because we've done the cheapening with the block type to replace a lot of Z's with S's. Ooh, not a lot after 83, it seems. See, I'm not surprised as only 80,000 machines were manufactured, but thanks for looking it up. No problem. It's not guaranteed. The OCR on these is not great, again. So, yeah, I really need to do some kind of advanced search where it can fudge it a little bit with misspellings. It's going to take it a long time to match, because they'll have to research the same things multiple times. See, fascinating how Amazon can take so much data from their customers, and yet Twitch does not have anything close to targeted ads. I don't know if it's like YouTube. I might have been able to disable that and did. I'm not sure. I have ads basically set to the absolute minimum, intentionally. So, yeah, whatever. I mean, I'm not kidding. The last month, I made $3.50 on the ads. So it's not a lot. I probably shouldn't have said that, actually. Oops. Oh, well, you didn't hear that. Okay, I think it's. I've never seen it crash. I wonder if there's too many weird hits in there. Do you have any tips on where to find Byte magazines altogether? Like trying to make a collection like I did? No. Honestly, I really want to do InfoWorld next, and I have no idea how I'm going to start on that. I think just looking for magazines in general locally and then buying what you can is probably the best way to go. Just see what's available and get it. Because I don't think you are going to be able to just try to seek out one particular magazine run and get that. I think you're going to have to be amiable to what's available. Okay. Let's look at 8208, so 78, and then page 82. See what that is. And page 82. Oh, that's a cool cover. 82. Ooh, Texscope ad. Well, that's not what we're here for. Where's the thing? Page 82 should be here. Is it in the text of the code listing? What? Some S100 stuff. Not seeing where this might supposedly be. It's not like page number 82. Ooh, VT100. Okay. See, if you're trying to limit ads, you might see if you can disable mid-rolls. They have a nasty habit of popping up at very bad times. I think I can, but I'm really not sure about doing that because it will just make the ads completely useless altogether. I don't know. I've been trying to think about how to handle that. On one hand, everybody hates them, but on the other hand, I do have a lot of time and money invested in the streams, so it would be nice to be compensated. Going sub-only might be an option. I'm still weighing it all out. I've only been doing this for about a month now, so I'm still trying to figure it out. Yeah, there is chroma key on here. It's if I get rid of the chroma key, then you won't see the background, which ideally I have it set up like this so you can see me talking, but I keep forgetting. But yeah, the chroma key really does mess with the host, though. That tells me the OCR is bad. You shouldn't have pure black in a scan like this. Like my service notes for the MicroNova and stuff they don't go to black like that. So yeah, that's hilarious. Seeing the OCR or chroma key on that. All right, how about this? VARs. How about I just go grab a TI-99 4A? I mean, it's not the same, but like, I can do that. We'll just poke around at it for a bit. And if that's good, beige or metal, because I have both. Take your pick. At least I'm pretty sure they're here. Now I'm really hoping they're actually here. Pretty sure they are. Because I'm not seeing a good hit in here. I don't know if they have an ad. Try taking that out. No. Put a dash, maybe. See, oh, that seems good, actually. 7.8. Is that the same issue? No, slightly later. 259. 25. Is that actually type of numbers? It is. Okay. That. Yeah, no. TI logo. Is this talking about? Hold on. A large version of the ball appears grid TI-99 4A function key. Is this about a programming language on the TI-99 4A? Metal or better looking, maybe better put together. Yeah, but the beige are rarer, so I didn't know if, like, you'd want to see the one that's slightly less common. Hold on. Radio Shack color logo? What? So this is just talking about the programming language. Okay. Not the computer. Metal? Alright. Let's just go with that. Because I'll let this run just a little bit more. See if anything. Is it just me or is the stream buffering a lot? I've got a red bit rate on here. I don't know what the deal is with that. Alright. If it's doing that. Unfortunately, I've been having some internet issues. So it could be that. Not a lot I can do about that, unfortunately, right now. Actually, I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to can one of my recordings. See if that helps at all. Might lessen the load. Wow. Okay. I can't change the bitrate on the fly. Yeah, logo is on more than one 8-bit. I know it's a programming language. But yeah, it's just I thought it might have been about an implementation by TI or something. All right, yeah, I'm not seeing anything that looks great. I'm just gonna go grab the actual computer itself. Yeah, red means dropping frames. Well, that's on Twitch's backend, not the OBS thing. So, close this for the moment. Anything I can do. Settings. Output. I can't adjust the bit rate right now. It's set to 6,000, which is the max. I should be able to upload that. So I think you should switch to a perfect hot pink for the chroma key because that is less common. There are benefits to what I'm doing that are different than that. I won't go into it all right now because I'm gonna go grab that thing. But yeah, I don't know what I can do about the drop frames. So I don't know. On my end, it's only dropped 3% of the frames, but the bitrate is looking not great on the Twitch back end. Although it says it's 5,000, so I don't know what it's complaining about. Getting 1080p with just an occasional drop. All right, I don't know. I'm going to go two things. I'm going to grab the T99 so we can just take a look at it for 5 minutes, and I'm going to get some water because my throat's killing me. Okay. Hey Google, 5-minute timer. All right, so
Sure, 5 minutes.
This
Starting now.
is my TI-99 4A in the box, and it's kind of nice that we went with the metal one because the box for this one is in really good shape, actually. Can you jiggle that Ethernet port like last time for us? So I actually changed that, so that shouldn't be an issue now. I have a better cable plugged into there. So this is a nice crispy box. I also grabbed what is my user's reference guide in a TI-99 padded folder. These are weird. Get a light reflecting on there. You can see how it depresses the Trapper Keeper padded. This is meant for a music educator cartridge, but I don't have that. In here, I have, I don't know what that goes to actually, because that does that go to the computer? Do I have a vinyl cover for this thing? Does that actually fit? Hold on. Oh, there's all my documents. Okay, hold on. I'm excited here. Oh, wow. I do have a vinyl cover. That's pretty slick. I forgot about that. So, one of the things about the TI-99 4A, and actually the reason I bought this and then couldn't bring myself to do it, these use stack pole high-tech switches, which are the stupid ones like the HP Series 80 uses that have the plastic little contacts and then the square tube, and when you press the square tube down, it stops separating the contacts, and then the key presses. The problem is those split over time after they're pressed too hard, so they break, and then they'll stick. But this one's fine. These keys are all good. I bought this so I could harvest it harvest those switches from it, but then it was in such good shape that I couldn't bring myself to do it. So I decided to buy a second one, and then I also realized I couldn't do it. So, yeah. Printer cover? No, it definitely fits the computer. It looks like there's a really bad delay, actually. So, but yeah, so a cartridge goes right there, if you're not familiar with this. I only have a handful of cartridges for this, because I didn't intend to collect TI-99 4As. So, I don't have a ton of stuff for it. But I do have that. So there is that. However, I do have a couple of things that time should forget. Yeah, so Cosby was the one who did the advertisements for the TI-99. And yeah, he's all over these. Which It's kind of funny. So this is just software that it's trying to advertise. This is the most boring catalog I've ever seen. Wow. This feels like such a Texas Instruments product. This is like... This feels right up the alley of a company that started out by making semiconductors. Or at least was more prominently known for that. That is such like a data sheet way of presenting information with the angled stuff up there. Come on. Wow. So there's not a whole lot to go through on that. The little pamphlet here, that's two of them stapled together for some reason. I can go ahead and take out that staple because that does not need to be there. Just gonna end up scratching other stuff that I would rather it not. Come on. There we go. Now I can take a look at these. So the TV adapter, is this what comes in the box? Because I'd hope you'd get more in the box. Oh, that is an Epson MX80 clone. Or not clone, but rebadge, most likely. That's cool. I did not know that this also had that. See, Adrian's central basement, below the CPU in a CI99 because 12 volt runs between two signal pins. Ew, that's scary. One of these works. The other one has a bad RAM chip. I don't know which is which. I have to sort that out at some point. Ooh, the video connection. So that's clearly... That must be where they bought this. That's interesting. That one's stamped on the inside of this one too? No. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. I also have the basic manual. And some other stuff. Some spare keyboard labels. That's cool. I do have a speech synthesizer. I did buy that for it. It's somewhere. I don't know where offhand. This is heavy. There's a power supply and then the TV thing. Then there's a ballon on there. I guess I'm just going to leave that dangling off to the side. And that is 5 minutes. They're in amazing condition. Yeah. I have tried to procure a couple of other things to go with this that are in pretty good condition because it is really nice. It's one of those computers that I really need to get back to. This needs a repair stream at some point because I need to get RAM for it. But I'm not sure how I want to handle something like that because I'm going to have to open it up, see, oh, this RAM is bad, and then go, that's it, I don't have it, and then order it later, find it on eBay or something. I don't know. So I haven't decided how to do those yet. Let's see. Whatever you did earlier, the buffering is worse now. I really didn't change anything that could make it worse. I stopped recording that camera. That's all I did. It was something that would lighten the CPU load. Man, that one looks so much worse. That's really unfortunate. Oh, gotta put the vinyl cover back in. I feel like it's not a good idea to leave that sitting on the styrofoam. But I'll probably open this before something else goes wrong with it, so yeah. Okay. Let me go put this all away, and then we'll pull out that power supply, and then I think I'm going to call it there, because that's a nice, good stopping point. I want to get into the power supply, but this stream has been going for a long time already. So yeah, on that note, anyone who's using something like 160p, that is actually a luxury. So I'm a Twitch affiliate here. I'm not a Twitch partner, which means that I don't normally have access, or I don't have guaranteed access to the re-encoding streams. So you might actually be better off watching it at 1080p 30, which is what I'm sending Twitch, because that is the source stream quality, and if Twitch is getting more activity, they might de-promote my stream because I'm only an affiliate, not a partner, and that might make it less likely to work. So if you're having buffering issues, you could try 1080p 30, and because that's source, that might actually work better. I don't know for sure though. So yeah. Let's see. I had to refresh the page after that's okay for me. Okay, that's good at least. But yeah, Twitch is kind of weird with how all that works. Okay, I think I should actually, yeah. Okay. Power supply. Let's get a status update on where we are. So we have all of the cables loose. Yeah, none of those are touching anything. I'm not going to try and disconnect them. I'm not going to bother with that because this is tied into all that. And then this is screwed into terminals up here that I cannot remove no matter how much I want, because there are flat blade terminals underneath this metal plate that I can't access. So I cannot remove the wiring harness from the back. I have to remove it once the power supply is out of the computer. So what that means is I should just pull out the 4 screws, and then we can slide the power supply out and take a look at it. So that's all we got to do. Screws here and screws there. Let's get those out. See, streams always seem to go long on tech tangents. Yeah, or on long tangents. Yeah, definitely. I picked that name very intentionally. Frequently, when I'm editing, I'm saying to myself, man, I wish you would just shut up, so this would be easier and more concise. But that's not how I roll. See, I'm using 1080p and it's kind of fine. All right, that's good. I just went 1080p and went a decent amount ahead in the stream. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know how the buffering and delay ends up working on Twitch. That I'm very unsure of. But yeah, just going 1080p is about my best recommendation. The only thing I've really been able to change, it's made a difference on my end, is when I switched from encoding 60 frames per second to encoding 30 frames per second, which made a huge relief on my system. I would rather stream at 60 frames per second because it just works better for video stuff. But 30 frames per second is a nice multiple of that, so it's pretty close. All right, let's see. That works. Okay. I'm going to go a little slower with this than the or the card cage, because I know there are cables and I got to feed those out. So, see. Oh, whoa. Thank you for the 500 bits, Taters Games. Long tech tangent streams are my jam, and that's just fine by me. Yeah, they end up exhausting me pretty badly. Talking for this many hours and standing, walking around, pretty rough. But it's worth it because they're fun streams and I get stuff done. So yeah, I like doing these a lot, actually. Okay, so working on slowly feeding this out. Yeah, it seems like Twitch's re-encoding streams are bad right now. Yeah, it's probably because it's Saturday and we're getting later into the day now, and more people are starting to stream, especially on the East Coast of the United States. They'll be coming on. So I'm probably getting kicked down lower in priority. I wouldn't be surprised if new people showed up and then just don't have those options. See, enable video stats on Twitch to see how far behind you are. Is that for other people? I assume I can't see that. The stream is at 48 FPS. That's weird. Or you're telling me to stream at 48 FPS. I don't know. I had to stream at 60 because of the load on my system. My computer kind of sucks at this. So that's why it's that particular frame rate. So... community drive for comfy workbench chair. I have a stool. I have this. It's not about having the furniture. It's just that it makes more sense for me to stand when I'm doing this stuff. It's one of those things where, like, you wouldn't since I'm not doing like a really fine, detailed task, I'm not soldering or anything, it just makes more sense to stand. Like I need to move over here so I can check where the cables are, how this is catching, and then I need to move back here and just can't do that sitting. So it's just kind of going to happen. That's the power supply loose. All I have to do is just slide this back, push that forward, and tag some, or snag some cables. Bingo! We just crossed a really major milestone here. Come on, camera. This is an empty MicroNova chassis. There is nothing in there. Look at that. There's some fans and that's it. And then we have another giant cap right there. The main event, the power supply. That's what we really need to look at. I got to put these 4 screws back in first before we start on that because I don't want to lose those. Well, yeah, the higher frame rate streams just really don't work out for me, or I would do them. I need to build a better computer for this, and I will be saving up my stream revenue for that as much as I can. So that's my current plan. Is use the stream to benefit the stream. So good luck on the power supply. Yeah, it's gonna be the whole big thing. It's gonna be like all of the work because honestly, look at there's nothing to do on the CPU cards. On any of the cards, really, they have little tiny caps. There are no electrolytics on there. Maybe 1 or 2 on the RAM, but that's it. So all of the work is in the power supply. Do you have an ultrasonic PCB cleaner? I do not. I need to get one, and I need to get one that has variable sweep because I don't want resonance frequencies. Wow, it's weird. I can take that chassis down. I don't need it. Hello, Lucy in chat. We're getting close to the end here, but we've just done a really big major thing here. Wow. That is cool. I can see the stuff now, kind of. I'm probably going to have to take this wiring off eventually, but I don't want to do it today. Oh my gosh. These caps are enormous. Look at 3-finger wide. Wow. It's more than 3 fingers wide. It's just the wide angle lens is really not helping. And they go all the way from here to there. Those are legitimately soup can sized caps. Those are insane. Wow. I don't like how discolored that bar is. I don't see any obvious leaking. A leaking giant cap is a bad giant cap that's got to be replaced. So if one of those is leaking, that's like, that's big money. So, yeah. I do, yeah, Dave Velociraptor, I do want to get an ultrasonic cleaner. I will have one eventually. If not for this stuff, then just for soldering, because I do enough of that it would be worth it. Or I'm at least particular enough about it that I would like to be able to do the finishing touches on it. Is this pin loose? Why is that one sticking out more? Weird. This does not look super easy to get into from here. So there's a plastic top, and then there's a card slot. How's the card slot attached? Where? Because obviously this stuff isn't just loose. So there's 2 wires. There. Nope, those are attached to the top. Is it 2 separate things, or is there a cable connecting them? Okay, this... Oh, it's all the screw terminal stuff. That makes sense. Alright, so... There is a card. I could... Theoretically, I could pull this card out. Actually, it's just loose. It's not even attached. That's weird. It's not screwed down at all. It's just Yeah, there's the card. Okay, that's really weird. I was not expecting that. But it's attached with actually, that means I could have pulled this back, probably, and then unscrewed those terminals from the back. That's funny. But oh my gosh, this is the shortest, stubbiest fuse I've ever seen. You can't see it through the dust. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. That is hilarious. What? Look at the little cute baby fuse. Anyway, I can't detach the card because these are all wired up to the cap terminals through this down to here. So this is all a direct run back to those. So I will have to undo the screw terminals, and actually it looks like whatever this wire is going down in there. If there wasn't that, then it would be this connector here, and then the screw terminals, and then it would be loose, but there's whatever that is. So I will have to document and unscrew every single one of those to pull that card out. That is a thing. Wow, that's going to be a lot of work. That one is doubled up. That's the black one that goes to the orange and black connector. I'm pretty sure. That's a really hard, thin wire. Where's the orange one go? Orange one's going to... Is it that one? It might be. I think it's that one. Okay. Oh, there's labeling. They're labeled by color. Well, that's helpful at least. Really, I don't know if I'll be able to get that on camera there, but yeah. Let's see, that's the automotive SFE fuse. Interesting. Put it next to a regular fuse. I don't have one offhand that I could show you it next to. Or I would. At least I don't think. I had a kit of fuses that I touched, I think, on the last stream, but I don't know where it ended up. Or else I'll try and grab it. No, I don't see it. The other ones are huge by comparison. Let's see. I'm pretty sure S is the only acceptable fuse spelling. Oh, alright. I am not inclined to go past this point in this stream because we've been running for a long time, and from here I'm going to start having loose separate components because this is a major crossing point. Looking at my hands, I really need to go spend some time cleaning up here. We have reduced the MicroNova to its two main components, the CPU card cage and the power supply. This is a really big step here because the components are out and accessible now for the most part. That's going to be a bit of an ordeal to deal with. Everything else is going to be good. I think on the next stream I do with these, which I don't know when quite is going to be, I will probably go through and do a lot more documentation on the computer cards and then open the power supply, because one of the things on the computer cards is really hard to see from aerial shots that I think I'll need to get specific shots of are these really thin gold wire jumpers. Those, I don't know quite what all they're doing. That might be addressing for the async card. Like these, the top two cards are two different async cards. That's not what should be there. 7, 5. Oh, it's a good thing I labeled these because I put them in wrong. I got 5 and 6 in the wrong positions. Oh, that's difficult to unplug. Put that back. There. Come on. Go where you go. Anyway, I wanted to compare these two because I suspected it'd be different. So 3 and 1 and 3 no 1. 6 and 8, and 8 no 6. So that might be addressing to denote which async card is which to the computer, and the stuff I don't have documentation for, so I'm going to have to go through and I'm going to look for everything like that on these to see what I need to pay attention to and make sure that, like, because those are really thin, I could bump those and knock them off. To make sure that once I go to have this thing all fully set up, that I have all that stuff in the same condition that I left it in. So that's why I've been trying to take better and better pictures and documentation at each step as I go through this, because I don't know when I'm going to make changes, and making more documentation as I go along is going to make it so I can track when I made an issue and potentially fix something. So, man, that was a good idea to add all those labels. That looks really good and very helpful there. Really glad I did that, and you guys pushed me to do it. Let's see. If you pause around, pause the stream, buffer gets cleared, simply skip forward. Okay. Off-topic question. That point-of-sale keyboard you use. Yes. Here. This. Do you get any benefit out of the extra keys above the main keyboards, the configurable ones? Absolutely. These are how I do my camera control. So here's my main camera. Here's my Nikon. Here is that the arm cam. And here's my overhead cam. So that's how I switch cameras. I need to get it set up to where I can switch to the B cam with these set. But for right now, I use shift on the numpad to do those ones. So eventually I'll have those as well. So let's see. Left board is also missing a bunch of chip in the top left. What's that? Ugh. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder why. That's clear they've never been there. I wonder if one has a different feature set. So like I mentioned, I got this with a printer. I don't know if that printer is serial or parallel. It could be that the bottom one does parallel, and that all enables that as well. So that could be a thing. So. How did you manage that? The keys? Bind sound effects to some of them? I don't think so. So I used Windows to install the Cherry configuration software for the keyboard, and then I was able to define, they're basically shortcuts. Like it might be Alt-1 or Control or Shift-Alt or something. They're just combined shortcut keys. So they're not unique keyboard scan codes. They're just macros, essentially. And then the keyboard holds that configuration in the keyboard itself. It's got like an EEPROM or something. So since I'm running Linux right now, I don't need any special drivers. It just shows up as a USB keyboard, and then their macro keys, they just do the macro thing. So. Exactly. Auto key button hardware. So yeah, I'm pretty sure basically how something like an Elgato Stream Deck works, as you just set hotkeys and then it does stuff. It might have API access to stuff, but I basically get the exact same functionality with something that also is a keyboard, so I get to move it around and not have to manage like two things. Elsewise, if I did have an Elgato Steam Deck or Stream Deck, that's great naming on Valve's part, I would probably put it right here so I could just touch that, because I keep all my control stuff over there. But for right now, I'm very, very fine with the Cherry keyboard. I don't have any reason to change that setup. No. I was wondering, unique keyboard scan codes. No. I don't know if you can make them that. I'm not sure how all that works. It would be worth investigating. You might be able to find some of those for not too much money on eBay. I haven't looked into it. I got that one at a Goodwill. It was new. I think it was, at least. There were a couple. I think I bought two and gave one to someone else or something like that. I didn't really have a solid use for it, but this kind of works like ideally. So ended up being that. Okay, I think that is everything, because I don't particularly want to get in here anymore, because we've been going on for a while. One thing while I have people here, there will be no stream next Saturday. I have something I have to go do, so I won't be able to stream. I believe I'll be good Tuesday. Should be available again by then, but if not, I will try and update you. But yeah, no stream next Saturday, so I'm actually going to try and remove that from the schedule on Twitch, make sure that it doesn't show up. So, yeah. I think that's the only note thing. I'm hoping that doesn't affect video production. I'm like going full speed ahead on the next video already. I already know what, actually know the next 3 videos are. They're all work in progress leading up to one goal, so trying to get that done. Oh yeah, I need a command bot. Does that actually, I don't think that works right now, Helen Croft. I should probably figure that out. Commands, yeah, I'm not sure if I have any of that set up. So I want to modify my streaming setup, support my workbench better, but it's in the opposite side of the same room, and I don't want to run a bunch of HDMI cables all over the room to do it. So I actually have 2 HDMI cables running to my really nice camera to do that. That camera's super far away. That's the only way I can get, I should probably switch to this view. Having the camera really far away is the only way that I can get this view to look this good. You must have distance to get a shot that looks like this. There is no other way. Or because if you have the camera close, I'm already on that view. You end up with something that looks fisheye, and it's just not the same. So you can compare the two, about the same framing, but one of them looks a lot better than the other. This is GoPro with a super high wide angle lens. So that is about what you could expect from a close-up camera like this. It just doesn't look right compared to the other option. So it depends on what you want to get out of the setup. I wouldn't recommend buying a camera like that. That is a $1,300 camera that I'm using for streaming, but I also use it to record videos. So it's a big... It was only bought for that, actually. It just happens to also be useful for streaming because I don't have a good like webcam type thing for that. But yeah, HDMI cables all over the place. That's what I'm doing. This is just a fairly inexpensive arm that you can get. I highly recommend that. I really like that. Kind of sucks, but I don't know that anything more expensive would actually be worth the cost. This works well enough. So... yeah. Let's see. I have an Apple One replica and a Kim 1 replica that I'm wanting to build on stream, but still trying to figure out the logistics of doing so. Think about an overhead cam like this. An overhead cam and a single face cam will get you a long way. I think you should probably consider that for starting out streaming if you don't have a lot of hardware to set up. Just go with 2 cams. Keep it simple. One for talking to your viewers, and then one for looking at your work. Because if you don't have the option to move your camera around, you want to be able to see as much as you can. So I would go overhead and face cam. Let's see. Here's an idea for points redeem thing. A cuckoo bird, specifically an akbacuckoo. Not exactly sure how that would work. So, yeah. So really, really good arms are deer. This is just cheapo arm. This is not an expensive one. I think it was like 20 or 30 bucks. This is not, like, this is a Rode PSA 1. This is an expensive arm. I don't think there's a reason to buy that now. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I know why I like this one. This one goes down. It'll go way below. This one will not. Or will somewhat. Actually, way more than I thought. I don't know if there's a reason to buy this. I think it'll hold more weight, but that'd be about it. I don't know. But ceiling cam and face cam, that's how I would start. All right. I think that's everything. We're at a really, really good stopping point. I could put this plate back on the fan. As a matter of fact, I think I will before I get that put away. I'm going to pull these off to the side for now. Oh, man, this thing's still very, very heavy. My arm started to settle in after not lifting heavy stuff for a while. What's the overhead cam? The overhead cam is a super... You're not going to be able to see that at all. The overhead cam is a super cheap Logitech C910. It's a very old webcam. That's why the color sucks so much. It's awful compared to the other cameras I have here. But it will work in a better setup. So, yeah. My lighting is not optimal. I'm still trying out different options for lighting. You're going to struggle a lot with lighting. You might want to get something like this. This is just I have a cheap $20 Walmart shop light right there. You're going to have a camera that you can make sure you get a locked exposure rate or max out the shutter because, I keep saying you're finishing and I don't. I know. I'm really good at that. Because that will flicker. That's LED. Yeah. Basically something decent is GoPro for movable cam. I mean, you could... I will not recommend the GoPro for anything. Matter of fact, I will heavily dissuade you from buying a GoPro ever. I hate my GoPros. All of them are unreliable. So I would not recommend a GoPro. The GoPro's only benefit is the wide-angle lens. If you can find a wide-angle webcam, get that instead. That screw does not want to come out. Yeah, I don't have any good recommendations for webcams. Yeah, like Harley Rogan said, a C920 is the modern version of that webcam. Probably is dramatically better. I've heard that it's kind of overpriced now compared to what other offerings are available, so you might want to look around. The YouTube channel Epos Fox, run by Addy, is actually pretty good. He goes over a lot of stuff. Actually, I don't know that his name is Addy, but he goes by Addy on Twitter. He covers a lot of things about streaming hardware, so it's worth looking at that. So basically, I don't need to go to Sweetwater and buy a couple of camcorders with HDMI out and get away with webcams. So this camera is a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4K. It's a big bad boy camera. I like it. I use it a lot, but so I already owned it, so it made sense to use it for streaming. So you're not going to get this quality of footage with a webcam. I'm just going to tell you that right now. But this, I think, is not bad. This is going through a $20 capture card. All right. So this is not super high end. The Blackmagic's going through a really expensive capture card because I wanted that whole chain to be nice. So, yeah. You're going to get what well, if you buy the right hardware, you can get out of it what you put in. But you got to spend the money the right way. And there are certain thresholds where once you cross, you can get slightly better hardware. So it's complicated. I don't really have good solid suggestions because I have not played around a lot of nice hardware. I don't consider the GoPros nice hardware for streaming. They're really finicky. This is HDMI out of the GoPro. This is a GoPro Hero 6 that I'm using, and it has HDMI natively, but the later ones need a media mod add-on, which is nearly $100 to just make it work as a webcam reliably. So, yeah, no, I don't recommend the GoPros. I don't really know what to recommend. You probably would get a fine enough experience with a couple of C920s or apparently C922. And then just like one or two of these Walmart lights. That's where I would start. Because having my preference when starting a new project is to get the cheapest thing I possibly can that'll do the job in a way that is satisfying, and then learn from that, and then buy really big, expensive hardware to do exactly what I want after I've got more experience. So, for example, when I started making YouTube videos, I shot the videos with this camera. This is a Logitech D5300. This is not suitable for making YouTube videos, really, because it only has a 30-minute recording limit, and it has it's got limited features. And I used that for a long time until I decided what video camera I wanted to buy, because I'd already bought this camera for photography. And then when I bought a camera, I bought a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4K because I knew that it would do exactly what I want after my experience with this and what my shortcomings are. Yes, this is a DSLR. This is a true DSLR. It's not a mirrorless. It has a mirror. So, yeah. The thing I'm trying to avoid is having to use two separate capture rigs, one on either side of the room. The machine I've streamed on before has an HD60 Pro inside. That's already good hardware. And I would like to use it for build streams, but again, running HDMI cables through the conduit is exactly what I'm hoping to do. I don't have a good solution for wireless HDMI, if that's what you're talking about. So, yeah, I don't know. Good lighting helps with all cameras, absolutely, but you can get weird results. Like, let's go to the overhead cam, and I'm going to turn this one off. It didn't really help as much as I thought. I get a red cast on that light from my phone. That's the shop light that I'm turning on and off. So, I don't know. You can get weird lighting effects, so. Yeah, Cody, you did. I'm winding down right now. I should realistically be ending, but I'm still just kind of unwinding a little bit here. But yeah, I'll just let you know though, MicroNova is now disassembled right there and right there. So yeah, stuff happened. It's not done yet. I'm gonna have to go through a little more before I can really start to make any plans. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure. For your situation, having a good HDMI capture card makes me inclined to say you should try and get an HDMI camera, but I've been looking for a reasonable HDMI camera that's not going to break the bank. You're going to have to spend like $200 on that, and you could just buy webcam instead for less, so I don't know. I would like a good secondary camera that I can use for filming and to replace this camera or the Nikon with as my arm cam that would be higher quality, because I would really like to be able to control the focus and focus closer. So yeah, apparently your most popular clip is from 10 years ago. Yeah, I challenge you to find an older clip on Twitch than that, because that was back when it was still called Justin.tv. They're probably out there, but they're not going to be easy to find. But yeah, there's always room for upgrades, but just getting something that works is, I think, where you should start. So, buffering got so bad for me I couldn't hear anything you said. I'll wait for the VOD, I guess. I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm guessing my stream's just getting kicked down really badly because other people are coming online. See, if you have the budget, consider looking into SDI instead of HDMI. Oh, that's expensive. SDI's professional solution goes over longer distances. Yeah, I'm probably... When I upgrade my streaming computer, my current plan is go whatever, like, mid-tier Ryzen chip makes sense, just because they run a little cooler. And then get a Blackmagic... I forget what the name of the card is, but it's a quad SDI input low profile card, because I actually have a low profile case I want to make my streaming computer. Then this is going to suck to try and get an RTX A2000. So that one's going to really be a pain. Yeah, budget, real terrible. That's like a $500 capture card. That's not happening anytime soon. So... yeah, this was a fun stream. Wish you were regularly streaming regularly earlier. Yeah, I'm not sure how much to promote this on YouTube. I've mentioned it in a couple of videos, because it's hard to say, like, hey, if you like me here, watch me there, as opposed to, like, hey, I want you to do more things that involve me, because people react to things in different ways. So how you advertise your stuff or just mention it can really matter. So I try to make it feel natural rather than like forced, and I don't know. I do post about this on Twitter and Discord in my Discord servers. But I've only posted about it on YouTube in the community tab once. and I don't post on it or post these to Patreon anymore because it's a lot of work. I'm not really sure how I should be handling that actually, because I've started scheduling the VODs from these. So the VODs are, I think, 2 weeks behind on the for YouTube. You're required to have a 24-hour delay. They have an exclusivity agreement that's 24 hours from the start of the broadcast to when you can upload it. But I got behind, and then I started scheduling the videos to release one day after I stream. So tomorrow, the VOD will go up for, I can't even remember what it was. I think the Key AT programming stream, which was 2 or 3 streams ago now. So they're on a pretty significant delay just because I forgot for a while, and then I decided to go on that schedule. So I forgot where I was going with that. Because they're scheduled. I have them scheduled so far in advance because I will forget, and that's why I'm far behind. Scheduling videos on YouTube means that they're private and you can't share them at all. So it's really hard for me to share the videos to Patreon, and it really sucks to upload like 3-hour videos multiple times. So I don't want to do like one that's unlisted, one that's scheduled. So it's just really hard. I'm really not sure how to handle that yet. So I'm still kind of working on that. See, very hard because at some point Twitch swiped all the VODs at some point, so no new clips are made. Oh, that's weird. That's where I'm at, just looking for something that works. I'm a bit out of my element in that regard. Let's see, any recommendations for a USB microphone? This is Marantz MPM 2000, and I quite like it. I have a blue Yeti microphone. I do not like it. I like this a lot more. They're basically the same though, which is weird. This actually shows up as a blue snowball when you plug it in, but it might have like a different diaphragm that is made by Marantz. So I use this and a Marantz MPM 3000, which is an XLR microphone, and I previously had this set up at home, and I really want to bring this back home because this acoustically matches my XLR mic perfectly. I can use this to do VO at home, voiceover, and then when I'm recording a video and I'm not using my lapel mic, I'm using the XLR mic, I can use the Marantz MPM 3000, and then they match perfectly. I don't have to do weird stuff. I started these streams out with the Yeti mic, and I tried having it sit there, and it wasn't close enough to my mouth. It didn't really pick up audio well. So I switched to bringing this because I can arm mount it, and that gets it closer and it sounds better. But now the mic I have at home for voiceover sucks, and I can't match it to my Marantz mic. So in the Byte video, I made a mistake in what I said. I changed the year, or I said the year wrong for the range that the issues were, and I had to re-record that at home, and it sounds so obvious. And people pointed it out, and there's just nothing I can do about it. So I don't know if Marantz still makes the MPM 2000. Marantz isn't like a real company anymore. It's just a shell brand for someone in China. But I don't see them rebranding a bunch of other stuff as Marantz, so it might still have its own separate products. I'm not really sure. But that's what I use here, and what I prefer to use at home, but because it works for my specific workflow. I don't know that I would necessarily get these 2 mics again if I was starting from scratch, but I am happy with them. So there's my 2 cents. So you can't go wrong with a Yeti? I just don't like it though, and it doesn't match. So I don't know. Yeah, environment can be a big factor for the mic stuff. To be fair, I wouldn't expect to be able to talk to an XLR. Wouldn't expect to be able to talk an XLR person into going back to USB. Well, this is USB, and the other one's XLR, but they share the exact same diaphragm. I'm saying that literally the 2 mics are functionally identical, but have different electrical interfaces. That's why I like these 2. So, I have a Yeti on an arm, but I had to get creative with the mounting. Yeah, it just doesn't look that easy. I haven't looked into it too much. I'd almost be more likely to try and mount it to the ceiling on its little stand. On that note, I'm thinking about getting a shotgun mic. I have one over there, but it doesn't work well. You got it there, Taters Games. That's exactly how it's spelled. I would like a shotgun mic mounted about right there above where the camera can see, but as low as I can get, pointed directly at me, because that should sound better, and when I move around it won't fade out as much because it's a little more even, and it's meant to do ranged audio. It'll also pick up sounds on this better, and you won't get the horrible audio problem from this going up and into the mic. This is on a shock mount, it's just not good enough. So I don't know. I gotta figure out something. Shotgun mic's not going to be too expensive, but connecting it to the computer is going to be a pain because I do not have an XLR interface for a PC that I like yet, so that's going to be expensive. And then I have to get a good mic. The mic I have sucks. It's an XM55, if I remember correctly. It's basically, if you look for a cheap XLR microphone or cheap shotgun microphone on Amazon, it's the first one that pops up. I bought it at Goodwill, so I got it for good deals, like $5 or something, but still, it sucks. Okay. No, yeah, shotgun mic. So a shotgun mic is a tube mic. I can just grab it. One moment. This is a shotgun mic. It's just a long cylindrical microphone, and it's directional. You point it at the subject that you want to hear, and then it's supposed to use the side vents to reject audio from the sides to eliminate reflections and stuff. I'm not sure what's going on with this one. I think this one is fake. It's basically a regular Omni mic that's omnidirectional. And it's just in a shotgun mic shell because it sucks. It's really, really bad. It's only good when you hold it up like that. So I don't think this is a real shotgun mic. So I wouldn't want to use it. But one of these mounted, like say, not, let's say it would be more off camera, but like say there, all right, pointed at me, it would pick up my voice a lot better and I wouldn't have to deal with this. This is heavily distance dependent. The farther I get away from that, the much worse it sounds. I'm doing a lot of audio processing to try and balance it out so that when I get close, when I'm working on the computer, it sounds not blown out, but when I get far away, it doesn't have a lot of noise. So, yeah. So, I've heard good things about shotgun mics for a style like that. Sucks doing that rigging though. I don't mind because the mounting things I have up here, like I could literally just stick this mic right there. Now it's on the ceiling. Like, look at that. Done. On the ceiling. The drop ceiling makes everything so much easier because I have those quarter 20 clamp things. So, yeah. Not quarter, well, they are quarter 20, but the drop ceiling T-bar clamps. That's it. So, yeah. I don't know. I do really want that. Oh, okay. I'm familiar with old Moran's gear. Just didn't realize they made microphones too now. I'm not sure if they still do. This stuff's from like 2015 that I have. It's not fresh. But it works and I like it. So, like, I think I got my MPM 3000 when they were discontinuing it. I'm not sure if they still make it. That was an expensive mic. Worth it though. I really like it. Everyone likes how it looks. Yeah. All right, I think I should probably end it here. It's fun chatting about the extra gear at the end, but yeah, I was going to work on some more stuff at the office before I headed home, but now I'm kind of feeling a little tired, worn out. Maybe just head home, do a little bit of work on the next video that I can do on a modern system instead of a vintage one. Whew, but yeah, this was fun. So, all right, I'm going to roll the outro as we finish this up. Is there a secret number of times you'll say you'll end it before you end it? I don't know. The ending is contingent on me feeling like I've sufficiently tied up all the loose ends. That's about as much as I can give you. All right, let's do this. This is the end proper. Once you see this, there's no going back. But yeah, so this was a lot of fun. We made some fantastic progress on the MicroNova. I'm really excited about that. Seriously, I can't believe it that it's actually out and all the parts are like loose and stuff. I can work on it and like actually investigate it, that feels amazing. Seriously, like wow. And because I have that other workbench, I can put it over there, not worry about it. I want to come and do a different stream about something else, which I probably am going to do for Tuesday. Then I don't have to worry about it. It's just right there waiting for me. It's just, oh, it's so nice to have the space here now to do this and not have to fret about leaving it out. Like, if I was doing this at home where I was before, it would have to be reassembled and put back into the rack right now. I would have barely had any time to look at it. Instead, right now, it's out, it's ready. When I'm ready, I can then take another look at it. Fantastic. You can do music on scenes in OBS. Yes, yeah, this video, this is just an audio file that automatically starts playing when I switch to the scene. Oh yeah. Yeah, Wednesday, not Tuesday. You're right, it's Wednesday. I'm really bad about remembering to stream Wednesdays. I'll wake up in the morning, I'll be like, I'm gonna do another thing. And then it gets to be like 8 a.m. and I'm like, oh god, I gotta go to the office and stream. So yeah. But yeah, that's it for now. Again, thank you for everyone for hanging out. Thank you so much for the subs. It really means a lot to me. It helps. Well, I'm not quite sure how the payouts work. I don't think I've reached a payout yet, but it will help immensely. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for hanging out with me for now, and I'll see you next time.